7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. It is the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne ill today. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt taking your phone calls, taking your emails. It's a program that welcomes your participation. You are an active part of the program in whatever way you would like. I'm going to give you a myriad of options. Text in 314-399-9646. That's brought to you by Air Comfort Service, the text inbox. Call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Then you can also open up your YouTube app, type TMASTL, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And then you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with a wide variety of friends who have gathered already to watch this program. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun that people wait for us. Yeah. And, I open up the app, and 75 friends are in there, like Scorsy and Deep Voice Dude.
Oh, well, hello, friends.
Yeah, and then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way on the polosplus.com dossier at 9:45. But in the near term, for those of you who don't get to listen to us between now and 12 p.m., why'd you make that?
No, I mean, that sounds great. That sounds wonderful.
We have this lifetime roofing lead, and that falls in the hands of Doug Vaughn. Now, I will say, because the Polos Plus dossier is not a public document, but from a sunshine request, I have obtained it. And I have posted it on my very active Twitter where I give takes. Jackson has the first two segments all Battlehawks loss.
What? I mean, it was a tough loss. They led much of the game, only let it get away there. But I don't know that that's the lead, is it?
This is why I'm not entrusted with the lifetime roofing lead.
And you're not classically trained as a journalist.
That as well.
So I want that to be open and honest with the audience. A lot of people probably assume this guy had nothing but nicks.
Yeah.
Not there. He went Battlehawks. You could also point to the Stanley Cup final. What about Nelly Corda? Oh my, did she use all of the cup in winning that U.S. Women's Open? JT Poston. Oh my, sudden death playoff. But it's Battlehawks. The Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour is Battlehawks. And Doug, Ricky Prohl.
That is not your lead.
Said just self-inflicted penalties, mistakes of crucial times after big plays. And when you play in the playoffs, you can't afford to have those kinds of penalties. Number 87, Warner, touchdown.
Ricky Prohl.
Touchdown.
Well, I'm sorry, but that still is not the lead.
You and Jackson are going to be sideways.
In this town, the lead is the St. Louis Cardinals, a 3-game sweep of the Reds. A nice little W, come from behind win again yesterday. And they need all these wins to stay within shouting distance of the Brewers, who continue to be on a tear.
Brewers played a really good team this weekend.
Yeah, well, the Cardinals are in first place in the wild card position. When it comes to wild card, daddy likey.
Woot, woot. 35-28, your record, Doug, after the sweep. They have won 4 in a row. Brewers were able to handle things out in Denver. Congratulations to the Rockies. You have the worst record in baseball, kind of catching people off guard there. The Brewers, though, they just keep on winning 17 games over 500. And they would be rewarded for that by playing a best-of-3 series after playing 162 games. The Cardinals sweeping the Reds and doing so, once again, comeback fashion. How many of these games were you at this weekend?
I was there yesterday, and I went
with Nick Vaughn.
Tuesday, and my brother and his wife. Just the one yesterday.
Papers.
Just Friday.
I was there Saturday, so we were represented across the board.
Very strong.
So we can comment because we were there.
Yeah. Because it would be impossible to just watch on TV and have any idea what went on.
That's right. That's correct.
In fact, you see twice as much on TV as you do when you're there.
Well,
you see replays and you hear analysis of the game, and you can see where the balls and strikes are going.
I saw Terry Francona gently tossed out of the ball game on Friday.
Gently?
Very gently. A very gentle, just kind of a point and flick. You're out of here.
Do you miss those wild arguments now that they review everything and you don't see very many of them anymore?
Yeah, but don't you think Francona wouldn't be the kind to be like real wild? I don't know. Maybe there's some video out there that would prove me wrong.
Yeah, he's not Lou Piniella or Earl Weaver or one of those types.
No.
Just for the record, Doug, back-to-back texts in the Air Comfort Service text inbox are not happy with your lifetime roofing lead.
Really?
Your team, the Battle Hogs, they changed their name? Should always be the lead. You don't know what you're talking about, Doug. That's from Drinking with Kevin in Wright City.
Okay.
And then from Total Power Washing. Screw Doug. We need to talk about how we don't go for 4th and 1 in the first, but 4th and 26 in the 4th with 7 minutes left. WTF. That's from Total Power Washing.
All right. Well, I just am pretty confident that the Cardinals have a whole lot more fans than the Battlehawks in St. Louis. Not that the Battlehawks don't have their faithful. They do. But the Cardinals just cast a wider net.
You're making an ass of yourself, just for the record.
Okay, sorry.
We will get to that 4th and 1 and 4th and 7 and other decisions later in the program. But because contractually what Doug says goes with the lifetime roofing lead, that is our lead. The Cardinals sweeping the Reds. What stands out to you about that win yesterday? What do you think? What
really stood out to me were the two plays that J.J. Weatherholt made at second base, both Gold Glove caliber plays. Cardinals made the plays, thanks mostly to him when they needed it, and the Reds did not. The Reds had a couple of bad defensive plays there late in the game that cost them the game.
Detroit Tigers 2006 World Series.
Yeah.
It was bad baseball over the weekend for the Reds.
Yeah, they didn't look real sharp.
Friday's bottom half of the 6th inning. Poof. Shoot that one into the sun. Just letting guys walk in three runs.
Yeah. But Weatherholt continues to really impress me as a second baseman.
Wasn't a part of it up until yesterday. He was not in there on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, but he is really good there with the glove. And Wynn was out at shortstop, and Fermin made a play there where he was a little casual, allowed a guy to get on base. I think Wynn would have handled that play. But for the most part, the Cardinals played good defense, and that was the difference in yesterday's game, I thought.
Something that just over the course of the weekend stood out to me. I realized this wasn't the case with Friday's festivities, but being there on Saturday and then watching yesterday, even when they are losing, I expect them to win. That's just a feel thing, but I'm curious if you gentlemen and people in our listening audience and viewing audience feel that way as well. There was never a doubt for me up until Riley O'Brien's exciting 9th inning on Saturday that the Cardinals would come back and pass the Reds on the run total. Part of that, I have to say, is because you have Cincinnati's bullpen, which is, I think, the official fire squad of the National League Central. You also have starters not going deep into games. You knew with Lauder yesterday that was going to be the case. And to the Cardinal credit, strategically, maybe minus Gorman, they were working counts yesterday. And all that did was expedite the exit of Rhett Lauder, which then gets you into that bullpen. And in addition, Lauder was helping the cause by not finding the strike zone and walking them left and right. The Reds have quite a statistic on their hands, and that is they have walked the bases loaded and driven in a run with a walk 20 times this season. And we are sitting here on June 8th. 20 times they have walked in a run.
Reds pitching walked 8 Cardinals yesterday. The Cardinals walked 0 Cincinnati Reds. And it looked like the Cardinals weren't going to take advantage. Left a lot of runners on there early. Couldn't get that 2-out hit with a runner in scoring position. But eventually it took its toll on the Reds.
The lead is the Reds fan holding his son over the video board by his ankles to get Brian Torres' home run ball. Shades of sweet Michael Jackson holding the baby over the balcony. Huh. That's legendary. That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull.
Okay. I didn't see that. I did see the ball stuck up there for a while.
And then the gentleman grabbed his son. I don't believe they showed him lowering him down.
Yeah.
In the Goonies, it wasn't Grant, but they lowered the bucket for Andy, and she had just made out with Grant's brother, Sean Astin, who would later sack the Georgia Tech quarterback.
Yeah.
and I believe he yelled down into the well, "Andy, you goonie." Am I right about that?
I guess. I don't know.
Well, anyway, that's what was going on in right field.
Okay, so how old was the kid?
28.
He's a 28-year-old gentleman?
Looks maybe 9 years old.
See, that's something that you miss when you're there sometimes,
10 years
and you
old.
wouldn't have missed on TV.
Yeah, bad look. I know I usually like saying it, but it's tough.
They get in trouble. Usher come and
Usher
berate
immediately came and said, "Pick your son up. What are you doing? You're dangling your son over this balcony just to get a baseball."
them. They got the ball, I hope.
No,
They didn't get it.
no.
Oh.
He would have had to rappel another 5-6 feet to get to the ball. The usher's probably like, "We'll get you a ball. Don't drop your son on his head."
But this was a home run ball.
Okay.
Shot. Papers is not happy.
Are you kidding me? Holding your son like that? After what's happened, like we've seen fans fall out of stadiums and really get hurt or even worse.
But this kid was 28 years old being held by his ankles.
It would have been actually like, it would have made more sense had it been like two 22-year-old kids and one of them like helps his buddy. This is a father, or what I can only presume to be a father.
Yeah. Or a bad stepdad.
Yeah, or crazy uncle.
It is amazing. the
Crazy
links-
Uncle Roy.
That was Uncle Roy?
Yeah, I think it was Uncle Roy.
It's amazing the links that some people will go to get a souvenir baseball.
A 85-cent baseball.
Yeah. That they liberally throw into the crowd.
Whenever.
2 or 3 times an inning, a ball gets launched.
Someone
into the crowd.
sneezes near the ball and they'll throw it into the damn stands.
Run him, Papers, run him. That's from Jub, the Rub. You can run him by calling in 314-974-01. And all of a sudden here, Doug, storms have moved through the metro area. Why, it's pouring down rain in Creve Coeur.
I see we're under a flood watch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to rain. And then I think tomorrow through Thursday, it's going to be hot.
Is that right?
Hot and wet.
Oh.
Is that going to allow that ball to fly for you?
No, probably the opposite, in fact.
Oh, no.
You're not going to be able to play in this, are you?
I can't, not in this.
Jackson and I have a charity event today, and Papers is concerned about the rollout now.
Well, yeah, that's I desire it. I've transitioned to a low ball flight.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, Irish style, let it run.
What does that mean right there? I caught that, and I take offense to that.
You got the wind coming off that water there. You got to keep it low.
I thought it was a shot at my people's height. That's what I took that as. Did you catch that, Doug? That seemed offensive. Wouldn't mind a notes apology on Twitter.
Are the Irish particularly short?
Thanks, Doug asking the question. Because I was unaware of all of the Irish stereotypes.
Well, there's that leprechaun.
Thank you.
Okay.
Exactly right.
That makes sense. Okay.
No, I
well, it
catch
doesn't
this
make
stuff.
sense. It's wrong, but I gotcha.
Jackson's a Belfast guy.
No, give the 6 counties back. I've said it many a time.
Give the 6 counties back, Doug. That's the theme of today's program. In addition to the thoughts on giving the 6 counties back and taking them from the imperialists, we are also, this hasn't really been covered thoroughly, but Tamar Scherer is the one who reported it initially. Victor Scott is going to Memphis.
Yep.
How about that? Nathan Church back up. Victor Scott it would be going to Memphis. Now, the corresponding move was not reported, but last night at approximately 9 o'clock, Tamar Scherer, who works at KMOV and Matrix Midwest, tweeted, the Cardinals have optioned center fielder Victor Scott to AAA Memphis. He did not travel with the team to New York. Scott was batting .194 with 2 home runs, 9 RBIs, and a .534 OPS. The expectation would be the corresponding move, Nathan Church.
Tough break for Scott. I mean, he hadn't done much of anything offensively this year, but nonetheless, he'd been a regular almost every game.
Good.
Starts almost every game. Did last year,
solid
too.
weekend, too.
Yeah.
Here's what I say about this in general. Of course, it's nothing personal against Victor Scott. I love, Doug, watch it. I'm going to do it for you, even though I've got a sore throat, but this is what the people tune in for, because I do have the tongue of a hummingbird.
Right.
I love what the Cardinals do. Chaim Bloom will go, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Got to do it. This is what we're here to do. And whether it was Velasquez last Friday, whether it's Scott last night, got to do what you got to do. You don't perform, you don't get a spot. It's not CYC. This is the way it's got to be. You got the chance. You didn't do anything with it. On to the next one, and that was Hove in 2009, Jackson. That was Hove in 2009. Kind of a scary video.
What team was he running?
Swizz Beats.
Yeah.
Swizz beats.
Kind of the, at the time, New Jersey, now Brooklyn Nets.
Yep.
I would even consider bringing up Jimmy Crooks and kind of displacing
Yes,
Pedro Pajes.
absolutely.
And that's even tougher because that's I'm not
That's
saying
the
that.
Pajes thing.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
But they are willing to make moves that in the past, I don't know what the reasoning was, but they wouldn't make. And I realize they can be harsh, but this is business. If you get an opportunity, seize the opportunity. And if you don't do anything with your opportunity, sorry, we're here to win. And I'm not saying Nathan Church all of a sudden makes you a winner, but I think most people who have watched the Cardinals would say, yeah, that's probably going to be an upgrade. You got a guy with a 534 OPS, and he's hitting a $190, and you got to play more than a third of the season. Nothing personal against the guy. Delightful guy. Love him when they do those little clubhouse videos. And he comes in off the field, and they ask, who gets the game ball. He's always entertaining there.
Yeah.
Great guest on this presentation, but it's business. And Nathan Church gives the Cardinals a better chance to win. So you're starting to fill some of these holes, not necessarily with stars, but with at least some semblance of upgrades. And I like that. So tip of the cap with Velasquez, you're right, Jackson Crooks, and Nathan Church. Tip of the cap.
I think sometimes if you have a more veteran team, it's hard to keep track of who still has options. And if you demote somebody, do you have to DFA him or does he become a free agent? And Scott clearly had another option left. They could send him down to minors. It just makes sense. He's just simply not getting it done offensively.
Right.
You can't have an outfielder who's a negative offensively.
Right. And with Lars Nootbaar's return, that fills one of the corner outfield spots, which Church would sometimes occupy along with Scott.
Yeah.
So now it changes.
The next big question, what do you do with Gorman? What do you do there? Now, that's one that I'm not sure you could send him to Memphis without losing him.
Yeah.
Because I think there are so many rules, it's really hard to keep track. But I think after so many years in the majors, you can't just send somebody down without the risk of losing him.
Doug, it was a solid baseball move. That's from Doug's tape measure.
Well, of course it was a baseball move.
But it was a solid baseball move.
I guess it's kind of an obvious baseball move to anyone who, follows it and pays close attention. And yet still somewhat surprising.
Because we're used to them kind of just staying in a lane of being conservative. And I am a fan. For the record, Church played yesterday in Memphis and had a home run, 1 for 5. By the way, Baez went 3 for 5 yesterday in the Redbirds game. Another victory. They are 38-25 on the season. So, off day today, and the Cardinals will take on the Mets and then head to Minneapolis, come back to St. Louis for a very quick homestand against the Padres, and then back out on the road. And they do so after a successful homestand. Really could have been better, but at the same time, considering they had to come from behind on Saturday and Sunday, it's not like they were, ripping them the whole time. They got them good on Friday. Saturday specifically, Lars Nootbaar's back. And that's a 2-strike pitch that he absolutely crushed. Lefty, 2-strike pitch. And being at the game, and being there with my family, I'm sitting there going, man, I'd love to see him win the game. Boys are in the game, but now you got 2 strikes. It just, at this point, just put the ball in play because it looks like it's going to be yet another opportunity that goes by the wayside. The Cardinals had so many opportunities in that game and weren't able to convert on the Crooks double play. Which I think was scored, Doug, 3-2-4 perhaps. He was safe, but the Cardinals had already used their challenge, so they couldn't challenge it. And it's just a really frustrating situation. And I mean, right off the bat, you knew that ball was gone. Mm-hmm. I mean, that thing was crushed. Lefty, Lars Nootbaar, and he was fired up as he crossed the plate and headed into the dugout. That ballpark was uproarious after that.
I like the way the game ended. It was Saturday, right? Not Friday?
Saturday.
When it looked like they
ABS.
walked in the tying run. They go, wait, not so fast. Get back here. Looked at it again. No, that wasn't ball 4. It was strike 2.
An obvious challenge situation like that.
Yeah, why not?
You got to do it. And a great play by Crooks to just immediately, because to have the presence of mind as a young player, and ABS is brand new, to be immediately as it happens to tap the head.
You just have to hope that Game 7 of the World Series is not determined by a challenge where they go, oh, we thought we just tied it. No, you just struck out. Series over.
Well, the Cardinals would have 12 championships up there if they had replay in 1985.
But it wouldn't have ended the game. I'm talking about the last out to end the whole thing. It would be kind of anticlimactic.
I would bet in the next 5 years that'll happen. Or
the World Series will end on an ABS call.
The last at bat of a World Series, ABS will play a major role in it.
Wow.
Like flip.
You're going to get good odds on that.
Like a strikeout, the team celebrates, but the ABS, you go with the ABS and the ball.
You'll be challenging every call that's close for sure.
As long as they have, you got to be smart with your challenges, though. Still got to be smart.
You got to save them.
Yeah.
I am really becoming a fan of Bloom. This is a great move now. Take Gorman and Pages out behind the barn, too. Doug, that's from Tom Bernansky's Batwing.
They don't deserve the old Yeller treatment. It'd just be nice to get Gorman right, because he's got so much potential with the bat. And he's not getting right where he is right now.
Right.
Why do you say that?
Because he seems to be getting wronger. He seems to be more lost at the plate, not more dialed in. And it'd be great if he could go down there and maybe get a lot more instruction and somehow get on track, because he'd be a real weapon to have. But again, I'm not sure if that's even possible without having to put him on waivers.
For the record, Blaze Jordan is not on the Cardinal 40-man roster.
Based on reporting, him playing third base in the majors seems unlikely. They see him more as a first baseman DH, and that's not a great position to be.
You said based on our reporting. I don't know if anybody on this show has reported anything.
Certainly not our
okay.
reporting.
Because you said first person plural possessive, Doug, and I thought to myself, I just need to.
I thought I said based on reporting, not based on our. But yeah, that seems to be the consensus, is that he is not.
So who's reporting? I'm legitimately asking and not trying to bust your balls.
No, I got you. I believe Bernie Miklasz had originally reported it, and I believe Derek Gould corroborated. But I will find out for sure.
Because you got a guy down there with 10 home runs and 911 OPS, hitting .315. That would strike me as a real potential solution.
Yeah. But you can't hide anybody at third base. If he's not really good defensively, I don't think he could hit enough to make up for that. Or you'd have to hit a ton to make up for that. There aren't many butchers at third base defensively.
He was playing first yesterday.
Yeah.
Blaze Jordan is who we're talking about. But Church likely back with the Cardinals tomorrow. Victor Scott sent down last night. That is per Tamar's share of KMOV. It is 7:23 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne ill today, and Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. And we welcome you to participate by calling in. Chairman Kurt standing by the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Anything's welcome. 314-974-0101. By texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And by emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. And you can sign up to be part of Design Air's service contract, which allows you to just forget about it. You know they're going to come out and take care of it when the weather warms up with the air conditioning and when the weather cools down with your furnace. Maintenance agreements are an effective and convenient way to keep your system running year after year. They take the pressure off of you as a homeowner. Design Air contacts you to schedule your AC tune-up and your furnace safety inspection and cleaning. Sign up and forget about it. And like all of their services at Design Air Heating and Cooling, maintenance visits can be scheduled at DesignAirService.com. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Jackson, have you been able to discover this reporting?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett, his stock is skyrocketing in the St. Louis area, and it's well-deserved.
Bernie Miklasz on the 3rd of June said that the Cardinals have no desire or intention to have Blaze Jordan play third base. He's a first baseman or DH. Matt Pauley of KMOX referenced this last time he played third base, which was on May 27th. If the Cardinals were considering him as an MLB third base option, he'd be playing third base a lot. Instead, it's almost like sending a message that they are not, because they are not playing him there. Then Miklasz continued saying, yes, Blaze is a first baseman DH.
Got it. But just for the record, it's not like the organization has said that.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough.
Correct.
But if you are reading tea leaves, I agree. He is playing first. And if they viewed him as being on the verge of replacing Gorman, he would be at third base. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That you can text in. You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Feel free to call in. Doug didn't want to lead with the Battle Hawks. That blows Jackson's Polos Plus dossier up, but we will adjust.
Okay.
We'll adjust.
All right.
So we'll see if we can get into it in the next segment. I don't know. We'll find out. It's TMA 101 ESPN. 3 years in a row, Doug, the Battlehawks one step away.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
Billy Gilman comes on and says, not today, Battlehawks.
Just didn't happen for you.
Not today.
29-20.
Do you view Louisville as kind of the Golden Knights of the UFL?
I've said that for years, Tim.
I mean, but this is the first.
Yeah. But for years, I saw it coming. And so, sure, that's what I consider it.
The Battlehawks took a 20-18 lead in the fourth quarter, where they were outscored 11-0 to end the season before a crowd of 18,111, the smallest ever for the club, almost 10,000 below last season's playoff crowd.
Why do you think that is? Novelty of it's wearing off? Cardinals playing
interest.
right down the road?
All of the above.
Yeah. I really think if they would do themselves a favor, if they could find a Missouri or Illinois player to kind of market around, but it's tough to do that. You know, anyone who can is going to go to the NFL, of course.
Doug's a clown.
You know,
I don't know why. I don't know why, but from the 314, clown emoji was sent in.
yeah, well, that's fair. I've never argued that.
The Battlehawks are still a thing? That's from Sniffin' Holes. Well, no, they are. They've been vanquished
Yeah,
by
the Kings.
Louisville.
Hey, Doug, you're a dumbass.
Okay,
See,
knock it off,
now
Lee.
they're starting to get involved, and maybe what took place with Orlando, who was going to have to play their game in Columbus, but then wound up going over to Daytona. They were upset by the D.C. Defenders, so it'll be the District of Columbia up against Louisville.
That'll have the nation talking for sure. I guess you don't like the playoff structure in the UFL either? Because Orlando, maybe it should have just been Orlando against either the Battlehawks or the Kings for the title.
You didn't want D.C. in there.
No,
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
they were 500 in the course of the year. And now they're playing for the title. Really, really makes me upset. Had trouble sleeping last night because of it.
I didn't know you had trouble. You should have said something.
Yeah, they lost their last 4 games going into the playoffs. Here they are playing for the title.
You strike me as a man who seldom has trouble falling asleep at night.
It takes me 4 or 5 seconds.
This show not covering the Battlehawks is what's led to their decline in attendance. That's from Matt Holliday's earmuff. Doug, would you like to take responsibility?
Well, I would agree that substantial media coverage can certainly help a team's profile. Help
Look at you
marketing.
tracing your privates.
I can understand that that's the case. It's kind of a pretty good. Yeah.
Marketing.
It's kind of a chicken and egg argument, though. Do we cover things to make them popular, or are they popular and then we start covering things?
The lead should be Jackson's inability to have a critique about Angel Reese's shooting form. He knows deep inside that something is off, but he knows the backlash isn't worth it. Ah, yes, the Log House Doug. That's from the Gene Steck-Schulte's Wicked Side piece. Doug,
The log house? What does that mean?
I don't know. Brick house, that would make sense if you're throwing up bricks.
Well, what
you
do you
chose the Cardinals as the lead. That was already controversial.
Very.
And now they're saying that the lead should be Jackson's inability to criticize Angel Reese's shooting.
I don't like her jump shot, no. But she makes her bones at the rack.
Don't say makes her bones. Ah, yes, the longhouse, Doug.
We put up
Is that
the
where you-
biggest crowds in the league, and we've been let down each season. That's from the 636.
Well, attendance doesn't always guarantee you the championship. Perhaps he doesn't know that.
Guys, Worldwide Raceway had a race last night. A lot of the same clientele. That probably impacted attendance.
Yeah,
It's from the
could have.
314.
Could have done the double. I saw Martin, who's ill today, but I saw him walking around yesterday in one of the driver's suits, and it made me giggle.
He was racing?
Yeah. Or I don't know, it was some segment he was doing where he was in the full jumpsuit. Thought it looked great.
He must have gotten in a car and taken a spin around.
He said the suit adds 20 pounds. I hope he got to ride around. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's terrifying with someone else driving.
Yeah, well, I can
terrifying.
imagine.
Guys, maybe if the Battlehawks had played in Columbus, they would have won. That's from Marcia's collage program.
Can't rule it out.
I don't know that would have helped. If they moved the game to Columbus.
Martin must have caught the Hoosier flu yesterday. That's American This Central West End. Martin and I have been ill for the last handful of days, and Martin texted yesterday saying I think he had to do sports final, and it was going to be late last night. And I think he was flying solo, Doug. That's the way things now work in these television departments.
Yeah.
When we were working together, it was you, me, Steve Savard, 2 producers, and 3 editors.
Yeah.
And
Photographer, too.
Yeah, now it's...
Now it's one guy with a cell phone.
Yeah. And Martin had been sick since Thursday, and I think I have what he has, and we call that the kissing game.
Where did you catch the Hoosier flu? You go on a float trip or something?
Ooh, yeah. When's the TMA float trip?
Oh, boy. I don't know, but I'll be out of town that day.
Will you?
Martin texted me last night, or I guess early this morning. I was asleep, but I woke up to it. 12:54 a.m. saying, just now leaving the track. I'm going to be out tomorrow. So I get you.
Yeah. Well, when he texted us yesterday, I said,
Yeah.
dude,
Take the day.
I was thinking about going up and I haven't gone to the urgent care in a while, but that's where I was thinking about going. Now, I don't know. Went to dinner last night, Doug. My parents had my older son. My wife's parents had our younger son. So a rare night. Said, hey, we'll go get dinner. And of course, I got that charred octopus.
Yeah, brother.
Because I'm a meat and potatoes guy. And as I began to enjoy the charred octopus from Olive Oak, it's like,
Just
yeah.
no good.
Oh, well, no, the octopus delicious.
It was
Right.
a tentacle getting stuck in your throat.
Oh, sweet mother of mercy. But like I said, Papers and I have a charity event today, and that's the deal. So I said, Martin, you take off on Monday. I might be out on Tuesday, and we'll get through it. And I didn't know it was the Hoosier flu, though. I didn't know that's what it was.
Well, it could have been. Yeah. If you go to too many events, too many float trips and camping excursions.
Martin got a case of Festus. He'll work through it with Zins and a little Jack Daniels. That's from Daddy Likey.
Okay.
That's what they call it?
They're not just calling the flu the Festus.
I didn't know that.
That's you can't just name a municipality
It
and say
doesn't
that's
seem
why I'm
fair.
sick.
No.
Martin had a live newscast around midnight last night. Great exposure. That's from Beer Cats.
Literally left the Granite City region around 1 a.m.
Oh,
Doug,
God.
How jealous are you?
I'm having Vietnam type flashbacks.
No surprise, Mr. Horton Watkins doesn't want to go on a float trip. That's from Brew for the Lou.
I've said many a time I just hate a float trip. Really not for me.
Yeah, I'm not going either.
It's you can sit out there in the hot sun all damn day. Sandwich gets wet. I ain't doing it. The sunscreen just runs. There's not enough sunscreen in the world to possibly cover yourself. I hate it so much. Bugs the size of your fingers.
Snakes, serpents,
Snakes,
frogs,
critters, spiders the size of your hand. I'm not doing it.
Tim, I'm sorry you got sick. That's from the Worcester Woods Wacko. Appreciate that. Okay. That's the right thing to text in.
Is he sorry that Martin got sick?
I just read what's
Probably
in the
not.
teleprompter.
He's also got the Festus.
I'm sorry. Oh, he says, Tim, I'm sorry. I got you sick.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the kissing game.
Okay.
There's a lot of kissing going on. Call in 314-974-0101. You can text in 314-399-9646. And, of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is how you can partake in the Polos Plus dossier coming your way at 9:45 here on TMA. Sean McDonough got to call yet another classic Stanley Cup game. Doug, take a listen to this from Saturday night.
All right.
4-0 VGK, and here come the Canes. Then we go to OT.
And they score again from the half wall. Jacob Slavin. This is incredible. 4-3. They're poking away. Players are in the net. They score. Carolina has tied it on a power play goal. Tried to walk out in front. That got stopped by Slavin. Theodore drive off the back wall, knocked in. Vegas wins in double overtime.
Quite a game. Vegas up 4-0 heading into the third period.
Was it 3 goals in 39 seconds?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Crazy.
About 13 minutes left in the game. 3 goals. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden 4-3. And then with about 90 seconds left and Your guy, Doug Torts, said he thought about that challenge that he made in Game 2 and how it led to a power play, and that factored in. But he also said following the game that he thought they got all the calls right, so he didn't think that there was an issue with the call. Rod Brindamore, on the other hand, who Jackson ranks as one of the hottest coaches in the NHL, not hotter than Lindy Ruff, for the record, had this to say following.
Hey, Rod, did you make adjustments in the third, or was it just a matter of you guys were able to get your game, you got a bounce, and kind of went from there?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we changed the lines a little bit. You know, they get up 4, they're sitting back probably a little bit. This is how it goes, and got to our game a little bit, and then at least we made a game of it. Doesn't really, you get no moral victories this time of year. It's like irrelevant to be honest. But you know, we got to regroup. I think we know, you know, going into this, you're not gonna win. It's kind of a little bit like the first game where we had just too many really not smart plays, and then they made us pay.
Okay. He's actually like a normal person answering a question instead of yelling at reporters or telling everybody they're idiots.
Now, what are you trying to say?
A lot of coaches seem to be doing that here lately.
Give me an example of one.
John Tortorella. He was asked a reasonable question. He gave a reasonable reply.
You don't have to lead a privileged life to know how stupid going on a float trip is. Just have to have common sense and a smidge of class. That's from Sharon and Clayton, who is on Jackson Burkett's side.
Right. You got a smidge of class.
Me?
Well, that's what Sharon's hinting at.
Yeah, it's not even about, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a classist thing. I don't like a float trip.
You're just not an outdoorsman. You're no
Not
woodsman.
true. Not true. I like being outdoors. I like being out, but not.
You like being at the golf course, not at the river.
There's times where I enjoy, you know, a river setting, but my feet on dry land. Feet on dry land.
And maybe you enjoy a river setting.
And then indoor plumbing within, you know,
sure,
a quarter-mile radius of where I'm standing on dry land. Mm-hmm. I don't want to have to use the bathroom outside. I don't like a day trip where you have to go and then you drive back,
right?
Kind of drunk and hungover. Not driving the vehicle, but in the car, of course. Your head hurts. You probably have sun poisoning. Again, your sandwich that is not nearly enough calories for you is wet because of the river. It sucks. I ain't doing it.
Wet with river water, too.
Yeah.
And there could be serpents afoot.
Yeah, I ain't doing it.
Even I agree with Piddles on this one. That's from the Grape Ape Auto Detailing. Mm-hmm. I'm a Grape Ape Auto Detailing, Lemon.
Anything else?
OMG, Sharon is preaching about class. Lols. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup.
Okay.
Jackson will be gator bait when the apocalypse comes. A countryman can survive, said Hank Jr. That's some stolen gift cards.
Countrymen can survive.
Listen, if the apocalypse hits, yeah, probably right. Probably won't go great for me. I can't imagine it's going to go great for anybody.
There is nothing like being at a Ladue football game when they play Countryman Can Survive.
Did they go nuts, did they?
Oh.
Ladue football games were not much when I was there. Not because the team weren't great. They were. But we didn't really have lights at the field when I was in high school, so we played most of the home games at SLU High, which I think was a nod to Tim. But since I've been in school there, they have built a beautiful football stadium with lights, and it's incredible.
And just because you go on a float trip down the Merrimack, that doesn't make you a Daniel Boone-level woodsman.
No, far from it.
Sharon seems like her house is a new build. Yikes. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
What's wrong with a new build? Boy, that's an odd thing to criticize someone over. Your house is new. Yikes. Isn't that what you want?
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
I actually agree with Jackson. After like 25, you got to be some special kind of Hoosier to go on a float trip. That's from Harrison's Brother Master. Jackson, this Sharon and Clayton, Harrison's Brother Master, Jackson Burkett Alliance is something I did not see coming in the Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour.
I'm on board, like with some, maybe a one-night camping situation, maybe cabin. I did the idea of like getting there at 8:30 a.m., renting the the float, which you know you're not getting that security deposit back on because likely something bad's going to happen.
Massive Hoosier renting it to you.
Knowing you're not going to be able to leave until at least 5, 6, maybe even 7 p.m.
Yeah.
It gives me nightmares.
And you sit around in the outdoors and say, boy, isn't this nice? Isn't this great? Maybe we should start a fire.
You have to
Isn't
wear
this
those
great?
dumbass
Isn't this
river
wonderful?
shoes.
Stop it.
I ain't doing it.
I love going on a float trip and finding me a hot little Lesterville 3 and banging it out after a full day in the hot sun with our bodies loaded with sunscreen. That's from Trip Cromer's neck.
He did have a rather long neck. I'll give him that. Shortstop, decent defensively, didn't hit much, long neck.
And now an active texter here on TMA, the program which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's Brown and Crouppen local. And don't you want a local law firm if you are in need of an attorney, one who knows the local legal environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. They know that after an accident, money can be tight. So out of the gate, everything is free. They will come to you for free. They take your calls and answer your questions for free. That's Brown and Crouppen, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman, longtime presenting sponsor of the Morning After. They are St. Louis through and through. They don't get paid unless you get paid. 314-222-2222 or go online at getbc.com. It's Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. Call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Text in 314-399-9646 and open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 258 friends. Doug, you are 50 subscribers away from the gold bullion.
That'd be nice.
Get to that 7,000 mark. Wouldn't that be nice? TMA Remote Lamps talking to Tanner Skid Marks and the Lime adjacent Wildcat. They're all in there, and they're all watching the program and talking it over. It is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals sweep the Reds over the weekend. Off day today. Back in action tomorrow evening in Queens when they take on the Mets. 6:10 p.m. first pitch. Dustin May on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
So, Doug, this, of course, is Bonnie Tyler, Scottish lass. You think Jackson playing this means Robert McIntyre is going to win the U.S. Open at Shinnecock?
I don't know that that's what it means.
I thought she was Welsh.
Maybe it's her birthday?
It is her birthday.
Okay.
What do you think she is? I'm going to go 70.
When did this song come out?
83, you think?
83? So maybe she's, who knows? Maybe she's 25 and 83. So I tack on 43 years, 48, 68, I'll say 68.
Today is her 75th birthday.
Oh,
Wow. Okay, that's fun.
Huh.
That's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, good times. Glad we played that little game. Can't have more fun than that.
I agree with you. We got a friend of the program. His name is Chris Nagel. And, Doug, today is what they call the longest day in golf.
Yep.
And that is because throughout this land of ours, these United States of America, brother, celebrating its 250th birthday here coming up in less than a month. Competitors who made it through their local qualifiers go to regional qualifiers. And if they are successful, they get to play in the United States Open in the Hamptons at Shinnecock. And guess what? Chris Nagel is already out on the golf course, and he finds himself at the top of the leaderboard. 2 under par through 6 holes, and Chris Nagel could just find himself in his 5th U.S. Open. Couldn't beat us. No. Couldn't even get to the 13th tee box against us. But we have chosen sports talk radio over being professional golfers.
Sure. Who wouldn't?
Thank you.
Where is Nagel playing?
He is playing in Columbus today.
Is there a qualifier here in
Him in Orlando.
Qualifier here in town somewhere?
The local qualifier was at Winghaven.
No, they already had it.
Yes, and if you may recall, he called in after having to sleep on a playoff, woke up, birdied the hole, dropped his kids off at school an hour later, and then called into our program, all before 9:30.
So what happens if on this one day you're somewhere where it's pouring down rain, you can't play? Do they give you
Probably
another day?
tomorrow? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That would be a real bummer.
Yeah.
Sorry you don't qualify because it rained.
He likes playing in Columbus. He's qualified for the U.S. Open multiple times, as I said, four times. He prefers playing in Columbus because they give away 4 spots to the U.S. Open there. The issue is Doug, they were at Jack's place this weekend, as you call it, the Memorial.
Jack's place, right.
Yeah. You didn't like the pin on 16?
I didn't care.
Jack waiting there with a milkshake and a handshake.
That I like,
my,
yeah.
2 shakes, the milk in the hand. Yes. And so the guys who did not qualify for the U.S. Open, all who played in the Memorial, are hanging out there and in the field with Chris Nagel. So he is up against a variety of professional golfers today to get one of those 4 spots. So best of luck to friend of the program. You can watch TMA take on Chris Nagel on YouTube. And was that 2022 at Meadowbrook?
I think 3.
2023 at Meadowbrook?
I feel like it was summer 23.
And next on our dossier is Pat Maroon and Darren Pang.
Come and get your whooping.
No, summer 22. I'm sorry.
October.
Fall of 2022.
And
Stamp
and I think we got to go get McGreevy in May.
Oh, yeah. That'd be a great video. That would be really fun.
No.
That would be fun.
I mean, it's like Bill Goldberg said in 1999 on Monday Night Nitro, who's next?
No.
Will we have Strode on our team? Because I feel like that's
We need him.
Yeah, that's a major factor.
He's a distraction to the other golfers.
Doug, I don't know who said Nolan Gorman didn't have any options yet left, but they are not happy with whoever that was. Who said that?
I said I didn't know. I said it was confusing to me, and I didn't know.
Papers just pointed at you. That's bad in the room.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been. The barrel's been pointed at me many a time, and so if I can offset, I'll try.
Nolan Gorman does have options left.
Does he?
He has played in, 9 games since May 28th and has 1 hit. That was a home run.
Yeah,
The Rangers
opposite
in
field.
A little opposite field home run. In the month of June, he is 1 for 15. And in those 14 outs he has made, he has struck out in 50% of them.
Well, it happens.
I don't know. You guys, we've all been to a game this weekend.
That's right.
Certainly plenty of games this season. There seems to be like an audible sigh when he comes to play, especially with runners in scoring position on the heels of like a productive inning. It just feels like the momentum in the stadium crumbles.
I agree with you. It's borderline pointless.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate on a team. And, you know, all things considered, this season's gone about as good as you could hope for if you're a Cardinal fan.
Well, they moved him down to 8.
Yeah. They did move him down, which is not encouraging, but it's just
He is
like
behind Brian Torres and Jose Fermin yesterday, and he was pinch hit for by Nelson Velasquez.
right. And even with like those guys who like if
The one guy he was hitting ahead of is now part of the Memphis Redbirds, is Victor Scott. For those of you not aware of this and just joining us this morning here on the Morning After, has been sent down. Tamar's sheriff, Cam O.V., reporting that no corresponding move announced. The expectation, I think, is that it will be Nathan Church coming off the IL and joining the Cardinals in Queens when they start their series with the Mets tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And it's just like even some guys who probably have similar numbers to him batting average wise, you feel like they could at least put the ball in play in a situation where there's a runner on third, the sac fly would be great. With Gorman, it's like it's just almost certainly a strikeout. And it brings a lot of the energy out of the ballpark.
I feel bad for him because,
Sure.
you know, with all the positivity going on around him, it's
Yeah.
probably hard for him to feel like he's part of it right now.
No doubt.
Better get D-May and rookie bitch up and rolling in your golf match. D-May's getting traded at the deadline. That's from the Kroenke hater, Doug.
Well, that's possible.
Bob
Certainly
Nightingale
possible.
put in his USA Today article yesterday that he believes the Cardinals will try to move Dustin May and Jojo Romero if they are to slide down the wild card race.
Yeah, I mean, operating on the premise that, let's say that that the Brewers run away with this or somebody else does, but certainly with Milwaukee's pitching, it would be understandable if it were the Brewers to run away with the division, and then you're one of, I mean, the way that it works, this isn't Nostradamus here. Just look at it. Ever since Major League Baseball further watered down its postseason by inviting 3 wild cards in, and then they settle it with a captivating best-of-3 series as they try to force Game 7 drama on you, is that everybody minus like the 2 worst teams in each league at the trade deadline is by definition in the playoff mix. But they might have 8 teams between them and a playoff spot. So you get into this weird line of demarcation. I'll bet you I'll parlay this. The Rockies will not be in the mix.
Probably not.
And then almost everybody else in the National League will be in the mix. Again, if in the mix is within 6 games. But that's just math. That's not a phenomenon. Baseball might try and spin it and say, look, everybody's in the mix. But when you open it up and everybody plays everybody, that's how it winds up working out. It's not a phenomenon. Stop it.
Oh.
You're bothering me.
Well, how's this stat? The Cardinals have the longest winning streak going in baseball.
How about that?
How's that sit with you?
Woot, woot!
4 in a row.
Tim, I might have just developed another sports talk radio guy who gets upset by the reality of his own take.
Yeah, stop it. You're bothering me. Who? Myself.
That's a rare one, but I like that.
I mean, for the listeners, imagine how much I drive you up the wall. I'm stuck with me all the time.
Oh, how do you cope?
Might get back on the hair loss meds. You can text in as well, 314-399-9646. You can also call in, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Lars Nootbaar really enjoyed his time this week, and that home run on Saturday. I mean, that was just the absolute best. But He was talking it up on Friday evening after he made his return to Busch Stadium. So let's go talking it over with Lars Nootbaar, who certainly provided a boost this weekend in the Cardinals sweep of the Reds.
First time in a while I've had true, full body goosebumps jogging out to the field. And, that butterfly feeling's a good feeling. And, I thought about it a ton, and, that feeling and the roar of the crowd and all those things, that's not a given, and to take that for granted is stupid. And so, for me to not have those feelings for a while and get that kind of taken away from me kind of motivates you a little bit, but then you really appreciate it in the moments like today where you're back on the field with your boys playing and you hear the crowd and you see the Tarps Off crew and all the people yelling new, really special.
So that was Friday. Then he gets the opportunity. He doesn't start on Saturday. Comes in as a pinch hitter. And then in his second at bat, 2 outs, 2 strikes, facing a lefty, Lars Nootbaar does work and hits the home run. And when he crossed home plate and made his way to the dugout, he was fired up. Got the curtain call. Riley O'Brien with an adventurous 9th inning after getting 2 outs quickly. And then because of the ABS and the year of return, Sal Stewart then on the next pitch grounds out. The Cardinals get the win. Nootbaar fired up. Here's what he had to say following Saturday's dramatic win.
Yeah, that one was cool. Especially in those moments where you don't really expect it. You're coming off the bench late in the game there. But be able to get that second at bat was nice, and I can't lie, it felt pretty good. Yeah, it's cool, man. It's completely different from anything I've ever experienced. Not saying it's good or bad. This is good, but it's just different. I remember when I came up, our starting staff was, Adam Wainwright. We traded for Jay Happ, Wade LeBlanc, John Lester, KK, Miles. These guys. Miles was the young pup when I first came up, and the next year, we got a guy named Albert Pujols in the lineup too, and he was mixed in there with Yadier Molina. And now we got a bunch of young guys in here, so it's completely different. Won the division in 22, went on that 17-game run in 21, and so those were obviously amazing times here, And so, but the feeling in this clubhouse is also great. It's just a lot different, and now I'm the old man yelling at kids to get off their front lawn, I guess, on this team, but. It's fun. They get into it, and you've seen it kind of go throughout the league, but I just think it's really cool for the fans and for us. We love it. We love the support, but it's another thing for the fans to get into too. Another reason for them to come in. And if you got a kid I'd advise 18 plus going out there and to hang out with those guys and kind of taking their tarps off and doing that thing, it's great. And another reason why fans can come out, be entertained, be a part of it, and be a part of us, really, because we feed off that energy, and, they do too.
18 plus, he's suggesting.
For Tarps Off.
I see a lot of kids out there that aren't 18.
Right.
Whatever, that's fine. He's a good guy to have back. I mean, Captain Obvious said. But they were certainly at least one bat short in the lineup, right there in the number 5 spot. And it's really kind of a different lineup, I think, with him in there. Even if he's not, one of the best sluggers in the league, he's still considerably better than what they had there before.
Mm-hmm.
Tim, thank you for inspiring the Cardinals to get a sweep this weekend with your attendance. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville. Well, Papers was there on Friday.
Yep.
I was there on Saturday, and Doug closed things out yesterday.
Yeah, it was kind of like we were spot starts,
Well, the players would look to find us and see us there and say, okay, let's win one for these guys.
Friday was a weird game. You had the call on first base of the guy being off the bag, the first baseman, which I had rarely seen before. He looked more as on the bag as any other first baseman, and there's no angle that the review could show that would prove one way or the other. So Francona, I said again, gets gently tossed from the game. Most fans of the stadium did not know he got tossed. And then, at the bottom of the 6th inning, they walked home 3 or 4 runs. Couple errors. It was a really weird game, in a game where they dominated. And Hunter Dobbins does another 4 or 5 inning save.
As many cameras as they have trained on that field, I'm kind of surprised they don't have one permanently aimed with a tight shot on first base. Because there's a lot of plays where you think, did he have his foot on the bag? Did he not? And they didn't really have the definitive shot of that Friday night.
You know what I think would be good? They have these cameras attached to glasses.
Yeah.
And Meta does it. The first base umpire should have those on, and that's what they should look at for the reviews, because he had the best angle at it. That's why he made the call.
So you take his glasses off? That's assuming he's in the right spot.
Right, but I think, because that was the issue, is there's no angle of it from his point of view, which was the only way they could see if his foot was on the base. But how often would that be a thing where a foot could come off the base? I think that the first base umpire should be wearing those glasses. Camera glasses.
Camera glasses is the proposal from Jackson Burkett. Your thoughts on camera glasses, 314-399-9646. And, of course, you are welcome to call in as well. But podcast the program anytime you want. You can do so on YouTube or the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. Download them both. They're brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, Schaefer Door Company is Jason Gossrau's company, SchaeferDoor.com.
They're going to take good care of you should something happen. Garage door falls on your head or on a pet or something like that. Usually that doesn't happen. But if it just won't go up or it won't go down, you know who to call. You call Schaefer Door. It's the only name you need to know in garage door repair. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and Mister, they are versatile. They also have that special Monday morning standby service at Schaefer Door. They were probably busy this morning, probably still are. A lot of doors seem to break over the weekend because they get a lot of use. Schaefer Door is ready to go. They've got extra people ready to head out the door on Monday morning if you need their service. They also do those large commercial doors. If you have a business or a warehouse with those big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced with those types of jobs as well. And their service techs are not commission-based, so they're only going to fix what needs fixing and not try to sell you anything more. Their website is SchaeferDoor.com. That's Schaefer with one F. SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast here on The Morning After. Email into the show. Compete with the greats. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45 here on The Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne ill today. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filters your phone calls and your emails. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.
Man, do yourself a favor. Go on to classicaircare.com. Click on where you see the 5 stars right at the top of the website. It says read our reviews. You read stuff like we have used Classic Air Care for several years for our home and as a small apartment building as well. We've always used Nick L. as our technician and scheduled far enough advance to get him. He thoroughly knows our equipment and we trust his professional recommendations to keep it running well. Those are the kind of recommendations that Classic Air Care gets because the customer service is that good. And folks, their job is to keep your air conditioning in the summer and your furnace in the winter running well. It's that simple, and they're that great at it. That's why they've got a 5-star Google rating for you, 4.8 at the top of the website. Check it out. You can buy filters online. You can get them out there for a maintenance check if something goes down. They've got over 100 vans on the road to get to you as well. It's Classic Air Care. Keep them in mind when you need them. If that air conditioner isn't sounding right, get them out to the house. Book an appointment online at classicaircare.com.
Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne ill today. Little Jackie Papers on the 1s and 2s. And if you would like to call into the show, you can do so at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Cart standing by to take your calls. And also email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is how you can get involved in the program. Every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour, we are joined by Chris Kerber to give us his perspective. And Kerbs joins us now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I am wonderful. We are enjoying what looks like, at least through the first 3 games, a classic Stanley Cup final. And Saturday night, 4-0, and then Carolina with 3 goals, 39 seconds, and then into overtime they go with the late goal to tie things up. What are your thoughts on what we have seen so far in the Stanley Cup final?
Well, that comeback was unbelievable. You get the natural hat trick by Mitch Marner in the second period. He gets an assist on another one, so he's got a 4-point second period to just put everybody in Toronto over the edge again. And then you watch Carolina just battle back, and they chip one in, and they got a good bounce, and you're like, holy smokes! And we were actually having a late dinner at Circle 7 after Parkway West. The girls took 3rd place in the state championship run there, and I mean the whole restaurant, the bar was just glued to it. So then, we were done, and my one daughter says, "Man, we can't leave till the end of the game." Like, okay, so it was a great run, a great game, and 3 one-goal games so far. But as tight and entertaining as these games have been, Tim, if Carolina is backed up against the wall. This is a must-win game 4 in my book, just like game 2 was. So it could be a very tight but quick series if Vegas ends up taking game 4, or Carolina can really stretch this thing out. But it's been a really fun one to watch.
You mentioned Marner getting the natural hattie there, and he's got 10 goals in the playoffs now. How did Toronto let this guy get away?
Toronto made some weird decisions, man, and hindsight's 20/20 on this one for me, Doug. But I go and I look at the Edmonton Oilers and the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Buffalo Sabres. Those teams we talked about that had these long playoff droughts. And you're like, they just didn't make enough moves at the right time to fortify the rest of the lineup. But of the players to let go, I mean, to let that 100-point player go, I think Toronto just realized how important that he was, and especially being a local kid. And look, the fan base is tough. A lot of things were going on, and the fact that I don't think they got a great return for him anyway. And to me, it's just one of those decisions where, they made a big mistake. But the problem is and the real challenge with some of those teams is when you're drafting high as much as they were, and you've got stars like Matthews and Marner, you got to figure out how to put a whole team together in a salary cap era. And as those guys were hitting their kind of stride of a payday, you were still in the flat cap, and it became really difficult for them to be able to do it. So that's one of those that you scratch your head because you don't really have the return, and you're sitting there going, man, oh man, he's just too good of a player to have let go.
Probably some Blues fans watching that series wondering how they let Ivan Barbashev go, too. He's really been good since he went out there, hasn't he?
Oh, he's been fantastic. I mean, absolutely. And you understand why they traded him when the Blues made, the philosophical and organizational decision to pivot, build around Kyrou and Thomas, and kind of go from there and kind of to avoid a long downturn. Now, they've missed the playoffs 3 of the 4 years, but from the moment he was traded to go out there and have played on a top line, get extended with a reasonable 5x5 deal, that one's probably been one of the tougher trades to swallow when you see the style of play he has, how he still plays, the success he's had there, the reasonable contract, and maybe a little more so because you haven't seen Zach Dean, who the Blues just signed to a contract extension. You haven't seen him impact the NHL roster yet, and it's been 4 years. So, 3 full ones. So, to me, that's probably it. The other trades, you're looking at, first-round draft picks that are coming up playing, and you're seeing some things move. You haven't seen that one go. So that one probably makes it the stinger of most of the trades.
Yeah, and he's still only 30, so it's going to sting another 2 or 3 years probably, too.
Yeah, they've got him under contract still for another 2 years after this.
Yeah,
they've got a good deal on him.
You hearing anything about what the Blues might do with the draft as far as trying to move up?
No, so I did an interview last week, and I'll have it out hopefully early this week. But I did an interview with Tony Feltrin, who's the Blues director of amateur scouting. They were just in Buffalo for the scouting combine. And I wondered, I'm like, okay, you've been scouting these athletes for a while. Like, do you really learn a lot about their physical stuff? And it turns out they do. I was kind of dumb on that front. So he talked about that. They've interviewed as many as 70 players up there. Now, I did not get into it with Tony. Okay, do you trade up? Do you do that? That's not what his job is. That's Doug Armstrong's job at the draft. They'll get together and then they'll build this draft board coming up. So they are right now, after all these interviews, they continue to get together. And then what they'll do, Doug, is they'll put their kind of ranking of players in place. And that way, if they don't move up, if they stay where they're at, if everything goes, they look at a player and then they start to say, okay, here's a player. And I'll use Carbonneau as an example from last year. Justin Carbonneau, the Blues picked at 19th. They felt that this was a player that could go as high as 12 to 15. So the fact that they had him ranked that high and he dropped, they don't spend a lot of time doubting, okay, why does he drop to this or that, right? They trust their system, trust their process, and the Blues have been very good at drafting, as you know. And so they get real excited that player is available there. So right now, in terms of what they're going to do at the draft, I don't have that crystal ball, but I can tell you that they are in the process, though, of finalizing their own draft board in terms of how they're going to rank their players to see who's available and when. Because let's say they have a player, for example, that they put somewhere in that 6, 7, 8 range, right? Or there's 2 of them in there, and it looks like one of them is going to drop to 11. They'll be happy to sit at 11 and not give up capital to move up. It's those kind of decisions that end up made on the spot once they hit once draft day actually comes around.
You think Carbonneau is a guy that we'll see on a regular basis this coming season?
I do. I do. Now, the thing about him is he has the ability to play in Springfield, as we saw, after his junior career ended there. Only played, I think, 3 playoff games. Didn't have any points in there, but I think if you continue, the downturn of missing the playoffs last year, the way we saw the young players come up, he was a player that was part of camp all the way to the end. Does he start here? Does he come up? Does he go down a little bit like, Mayu on the defensive side did last year? You have that ability. If it looks like it's getting too heavy for him, you can send him down, go find your game. Remember what the Blues did with Jake Neighbors his rookie year, right? The team was struggling, and they said, let's get him down there where he's going to play in more scenarios. They'll have some options, but I do expect Carbonneau to see, I think, a very good amount of time up here in the NHL next year.
And Doug Armstrong running the draft, or is it Alex Steen already? How's that going to work this year?
That's Doug, and that's the one thing that, listen, there's still some question marks in terms of, as a fan, how you look at this, how this is going to play out. Doug has been very upfront and vocal that when it comes to player decisions, that it's going to be on Alexander Steen, but he will be running the draft this year. And that's because Alex doesn't have that experience. It's a critical, pivotal one with the 12 picks overall, the 3 first-rounders, how they move, how they go. So Doug Armstrong will be the guy at the helm running, the draft here. And then, we'll see how things go. And, Jeremy Rutherford had a couple of great quotes from Doug Armstrong in an article on The Athletic from last week, And it still remains to be seen. Hey, look, if both Doug and Alex are kind of, hey, this is where we want to go, does Doug acquiesce and say, all right, Alex, it's your team from a GM standpoint, you go that route, and that's going to have to play itself out. But I do see with the way those two work together, I do see them being far more on the same page than diametrically opposed and somebody just having to, make an executive decision on something. So, but yeah, this is going to be Doug's draft for sure.
Chris Kerber with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You mentioned JR's column on The Athletic. There is a brand new one up this morning titled 2026 NHL Draft Confidential. And they talk about this draft, and they say that this draft is different from some of the ones that we have seen in recent years, in their opinion. Of course, you never know how things play out. Initially, it was thought for a handful of years that Gavin McKenna was the no-brainer, but some of the scouts they've spoken with think that there is a really good chance that the best player from the 2026 draft is not one of the top 5 picks when it's all said and done. What are you hearing regarding this upcoming draft with regard to the dispersion of talent?
I started asking some questions back in February, when it looked like, hey, the Blues might end up falling in that top 5, right? And the way it was described to me, and then I'd say 3 or 4 different teams that I talked to about this, like people associated with 3 or 4 different teams, from some scouts and also from some upper management levels. Okay. And the way it was described to me was it's a deep draft. It may not have the way you look at it now, a Macklin Celebrini or a Connor McDavid. But you are going to have some good play, and you can get some good players all the way through the, impact players all the way through the 5, maybe even 7 or 8. So that's kind of the approach they had. Some good forwards, but they did say even then that you're right. That there's 3 or 4 players that they feel any one of them could go first overall. So I don't think that it's a lock that Gavin McKenna is the first overall pick to the Toronto Maple Leafs, depending on what they need and how they're looking at it. I mean, look, let's face it. Go back to what we were talking about with Mitch Marner. Yeah, you might be looking forward, but there's some pretty solid defensemen in there, and when you look at Toronto, where Toronto has desperately needed something, it's been defensively. So I don't know that Gavin McKenna to the Toronto Maple Leafs would be a lock based on the draft, the way some people have described it to me, and some of the defensemen that are available in this. So, yeah, there's opportunities in there. And Tim, it's one of the things I talked to Tony Feltrin about, too. I said, okay, let's go through the same question of the best player available, or do you draft for need? And he goes, well, obviously you're always looking for the best player available. He says, but let's face it, we don't need to go pick 5 or 6 left shot defensemen right now for the St. Louis Blues when you look at what they have in the pipeline and what's there. So this is one of those where I think it could be. I mean, I think it's a fascinating draft with Toronto winning it, and then the type of players, how they could pick need-based, all that kind of stuff. The Florida Panthers with a high pick as well, like things like that. The Blues, for example, where they're at, the number of draft picks, the assets they have to move around in the draft, maybe more so than ever before. And again, the needs there. I think it could be when typically the first round in the NHL is a very boring draft in terms of just you very rarely see moves. And it feels like if you are going to see some teams do something, this might be the year for it.
A final question, and perhaps the most important question in JR's column where he did his mailbag. The final question, Jackson, this is going to activate you. A gentleman asks, I'm a Jersey nut and very intrigued about the Blues' upcoming hometown remix jerseys being black. Have you heard anything about them? JR says, have you seen the show Hogan's Heroes, Sergeant Schultz? I know nothing, I see nothing, I hear nothing. And then JR says in parentheses, they should be cool. This show is at the forefront of the uniform community. Navy caps for the Cardinals. Doug loves anthracite for the Missouri football team. No. The Blues uniforms, after they made the big reveal last offseason, high marks. Can you give any insight whatsoever on a black sweater?
Tim, I am going to be a massive disappointment to you here, but I have heard absolutely nothing on that front. Seen nothing, heard nothing, and to be honest with you, this is the first time it's ever even been approached with, like I've heard of it.
Okay.
Sounds like it's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, listen.
You're pretty good. I'll tell you what, I'm going to fold right here. I've got pocket eights, too, so I kind of wanted to see a flop. Okay. But I'm going to fold. I think he's got something.
No, listen, I'm being so dead honest with you, too, not even coy. Like, I had not even heard of that as a possibility. I hadn't even heard of anything, and I haven't been in any discussions on it either, dude. So, but I haven't heard of anything along the lines of a different looking third jersey for next year.
Yeah,
I don't know. Again, like I said,
hadn't either until I read JR's column
anymore. So
the hometown remix jerseys, I had never even heard about that. But when I read it, I'm like, oh, let me see what's doing.
Here's the one thing when it comes to jerseys, and like. And especially black ones and stuff that are used. And the NHL does not do a very good job of this. The Blues do an excellent job of it. Now, whether fans, and the big debate with the jerseys last year was whether you wanted an outline on the numbers or not. I understand that kind of debate, right? But the Blues have always made sure that the jerseys look clean, the numbers are readable, right? Whether it be a font like on the Avalanche jerseys where it's sometimes hard to tell a 5 or a 3, right? Or Tampa put out black jerseys with charcoal numbering, right? And you're like, oh, you can't even see them. You know, like, and I thought the point of jersey numbering was to be able to identify the players, right? To me, I'd like to see the NHL just make sure that they have some kind of standard where at least the jersey numbering and the designs are readable. And if we can do that, put any kind of jersey out there that you want. I know the fans love different jerseys, and so I'm all for it, but I'll be honest with you. I have not, I haven't. You broke news to me on that one.
Well, JR got hit with the hometown remix jerseys being black.
Really?
Yeah, how about that? Chris Kerber with us here on Mondays on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Kerbs, we always appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas, have an awesome weekend. We'll see if this Stanley Cup Final is wrapped up before next Monday.
Yeah, this has been super fun to watch. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective. Jackson, in addition to Movie Boy, you are going to unveil a uniform podcast. How would you feel about black sweaters?
Feel great. So I'm looking so that the NHL Hometown Remix will find out all the jerseys come September, but Aesthetics, a uniform kind of Instagram page, kind of put out a graphic of all the teams, and the teams that have already come out with their uniforms have those slotted in their spots, but the Blues haven't released it yet, but the Blues logo is in all black in this Instagram post. So if you're reading the tea leaves here, I think it's a pretty...
This is the silver and black of the St. Louis Blues?
I think, yeah.
Are there a lot of teams going to the all black?
Yeah, actually, based on this, a bunch of teams have their logos in black. Some of them you would think.
Like everybody that's...
Nope, not everybody.
Who hasn't?
Who hasn't have it in black?
Yeah, I know this is tough because you're going to have to identify teams.
I'll just tell you the teams that are in black, but I just tell you the teams that are in black. The Oilers, the Wild, Devils, Senators, Blues, Lightning, and VGK.
Well, if too many of them do the same thing, it's not going to be very unique.
Sure. I'm imagining that there'll be a lot of different details on the uniforms to separate them, but I'm curious on this. Hometown Remix is supposed to be akin to MLB City Connect or what the NBA does with the city jerseys. So we'll say Florida has already come out with theirs. It's pink.
Oh, gosh. Stop it. Stop it.
City red.
Yeah, it's their city red with kind of a sunset gradient towards the bottom.
Sunset gradient.
Yeah, kind of a
Is that
orange.
highlight?
Yeah, kind of an orange and yellow gradient at the bottom with a mostly pink uniform and a palm tree intercrossed with a stick in the middle.
Sick.
And then the Islanders have come out with theirs. Theirs is the white jersey. We're working with a teal, orange, and navy gradient, and then the fisherman in the middle, the Islanders fisherman.
They kind of did that in the late 90s, didn't they?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Those seem to be the only two outside of the Screaming Eagle one for the Capitals.
Screaming Eagle. You
Yeah.
like the Screaming Eagle?
I did like to see, but except as I got older, it would hurt to ride the Screaming Eagle.
Not as bad as the boss. The
Boss will put you through it.
The boss will mess you up. But the Screaming Eagle, the scary part of that is you feel like the thing might come undone as
you
you're
feel every
riding
2x4 on the track.
Harrison's brother Master is not on board with this change. The jersey thing must stop. Wear the standard home and away. They are beautiful. The Blues need to stick to an effing jersey. They look like idiots 90% of the time. They wear something out of the norm. So he is not on board with this.
I'm super on board with it because I've said for many years that my favorite Blues uniform was the navy one that they had with the circular Blues logo and the arch behind it. Those were my favorite with the white numbers.
Yeah.
I thought those were beautiful. This would be the closest thing to that. So I'm into it.
I'd like him to stick to some shade of blue at least. When your name is the Blues, you probably ought to have some blue in your jersey, not just jet black. I want to see the Cincinnati Reds in red and the Cleveland Browns in brown and the St. Louis Blues wearing blue.
What about Navy caps on the road for the Cardinals? They're the Redbirds, yo.
That'd be fine. They're still going to have a lot of red in their uniform.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Martin's faking. Who gets sick in the summer? That's from the Turns of Table. I am sick in the summer. And Martin was sick like last Thursday.
Yeah.
And I saw Courtney Landrum of 106.5 The Arch in the break room. And she said she had Guy Phillipson. Doug, you know the great Guy Phillips?
Sure, yeah.
And he had to leave in the middle of the show because he was ill, dealing with like voice loss. So I don't know what to say outside of I can vouch for it. Martin is not just going, oh, I had to work late. I'm out. He texted us yesterday like at 2 or something. I said, stay home.
Right.
I'm sick too. Get right. So I don't believe there's any faking for the record. Yeah, I don't know I don't know if other people have texted in that they're dealing with something as well. So who knows, Doug? I don't know. We just need to stop making out with each other. I think that's the core.
Have you ever
issue.
worked with someone who would fake a lot of sicknesses?
And when you're like have like a high school job,
Yeah, I
these
was about
kids-
to say, I don't think,
Yeah.
I think we have a pretty good thing on this operation where we
Yeah.
don't have that.
Right.
That
Yeah.
could be problematic when you're doing
Yeah, it would
5
be.
hours.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, Doug's out for the third time in 2 months.
It's like a whole
That doesn't
different
happen.
ball game with like kind of our industry too, where it's like if someone's not on the show, like Martin not on the show, it's impactful, you know, like you're another voice on the program. Whereas if you're like in a job where it's a lot of spreadsheet work and a lot of like data entry, you know, it wouldn't be as felt as much as.
So you're saying that our jobs are more important than people who.
No. I would just say one person's contributions are probably more on a day-to-day basis than a lot of jobs. But obviously, every job is unique. But no, in high school, you know, kids would always call in sick on days and they didn't want to work.
Yeah.
And then you, the person who does show up, gets the call like, hey, someone dropped out. Can you show up? It's like, oh, great. Awesome.
It's tough to call in sick, though, if you're the only guy that can do a particular skill.
Right.
Especially in this business, and the show must go on, and there's no one else that knows what buttons to hit or.
Yeah.
Was it Bruce
That's
Hornsby
tough.
who said the show goes on? Am I right on that? And that was used on a recent.
Lupe Fiasco sure said it.
All right, well, we'll go with Bruce Hornsby, and then we'll go with Lupe Fiasco. Doug, and you get to pick which one you like.
How about
as I
Lupe
hold the
Pinto?
cough drop.
Yeah.
I'll do
Ooh,
it.
Ricola?
Yeah, my wife said she started pouring things last night. And I said, I'll take it. I said, you know, there's a lot doing here. And then when you're doing the program tomorrow, this Ricola. And I said, all right, fair enough. So I'm just sitting here with Doug. I'm all hopped up.
Are you really?
I am all hopped up. All right, Jackson's got Bruce Hornsby, then Lupe Fiasco. Then we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's the Polos Plus dossier. A lot of Cardinal conversation in the 7 o'clock hour, and a big development, couple big developments we're going to have for you on the other side of the break regarding the Cardinals. That was the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Nagging injuries, have pain that won't go away. Long wait to see your doctor. If you said yes to any of these, Healthcare Evolution, the people you need to call. They offer free consultations over the phone. That's right, free. Healthcare Evolution will help you with almost any medical issue you have with a free phone call consultation. What do you have to lose? Real answers and same-day pain relief are provided by Healthcare Evolution. I know this firsthand as they help me with my shoulder issues, as well as numerous people that I know, including what's going on with little Jackie Papers in his hair. I mean, there it is. He just flashed it to the ladies in the balcony. Unbelievable.
I think bigger than anything, if I was wearing a hat just a few months ago, there's not a chance in hell I would take it off and show people what's going on with my head, because it would look even worse than it was. But now, thanks to Healthcare Evolution,
it's unbelievable.
I can confidently take my hat off.
Sounds like a commercial.
Hats off to Healthcare Evolution.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a new little slogan for that outfit.
Healthcare-evolution.com is where you can find them. If you prefer in-person consultation, Healthcare Evolution can go a little further in depth, and for a limited time, they are providing 70% off your in-person consultation. A huge opportunity to help you get healthy. Receiving real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution have even enabled some of their patients to avoid surgery altogether. Free consultation over the phone, healthcare-evolution.com, or 70% off your in-person consultation with Healthcare Evolution. Some Cardinal news coming up here on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Yeah, this is one I was talking about. Jackson's thinking about Lupe Fiasco. Different.
Okay.
Friend of the skipper, Bruce Hornsby.
Yeah. He's still with us, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Mount Rushmore of Bruce Hornsby songs go.
The four best. I don't even have to say their names. It's so obvious. The four that he really enjoyed playing and the fans enjoyed listening to.
I mean,
There's
that's
your
just
Mount
the way it
Rushmore.
is, was sampled by Tupac and changes. Mandolin Rain, Every Little Kiss, Valley Road, I don't know.
Okay, those four.
And he would play with the Grateful Dead. You know what they called them, Doug? Fine, I'll tell you, Spider Fingers, because he would just tickle those ivories. How do you do?
All right. Spider fingers.
Yeah. Is this better than the Lupe Fiasco one?
I guess we'll let the people decide.
All right. Jackson's going to have that one coming up for you, Doug. But in the meantime, Victor Scott, per Tamar Scher, sent down to Memphis. No corresponding move announced as of yet. Cardinals with the day off in New York. And then they'll take on the Mets for 3 before going on to take on the Twins in Minnesota this weekend, back in St. Louis to take on the Padres. So you have that. And then Ollie Marmol managing with Dave Roberts in the All-Star game. How about that, Doug?
Yeah. Good for him. I think it's well-deserved. There wasn't very many people, including me, who thought the Cardinals had a ghost of a chance to be a contender this year. And here they are. Second place, tops in the wild card race right now. And you know what we say about the wild card. Daddy likey.
Yeah, fathers like him.
Yeah. So I think Marmol's a perfect choice for the All-Star game this year. Yeah, congrats to Ollie. He was on the hot seat for a while, it seemed, not this year, but in past years. And he has persevered and done a really good job with the team in transition.
Lars said it because they asked him his reaction to Ollie Marmol being announced to be part of the staff. And Lars said that Ollie's the second most tenured manager in the NL.
Is he really?
Behind Dave Roberts. I was trying to think. Is that like
Francona's been with the Reds a while, hasn't he?
Probably right around the same time. I don't know. I didn't fact check the Cardinal outfielder, but someone might.
It's probably more fun not to and just go with it.
Right. I like that. Doug, Cardinal World Series odds for the record. This is a Monday tradition where we update your odds. Plus 12,500. Okay. Only 7 teams, only 5 teams have lower odds to win the World Series. Natitude plus 40,000. Marlins plus 50,000. The Rockies plus 50,000. The Giants, how about that? Plus 50,000. And the Angels plus 50,000. Cardinals are at plus 12,500. Your favorite. Do you want to take a guess? I'll give you a chance to guess.
Dodgers.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Did you look the odds up?
I did, yeah.
Plus 180. Yankees plus 550. Braves plus 850. Brewers, for the record, plus 1,600. Your league winners, if you like the Cardinals to win the pennant this year, put $100 down, and then sometime about October 20th, you'll receive $5,500.
Okay.
The favorite, the Dodgers, minus 105.
Well, according to those odds, the Mets have a better chance to win than the Cardinals?
That's correct.
The Mets are 15.5 games out of first place.
They're plus 3,000 to win the National League. The Cardinals are plus 5,500.
I'm not buying that.
Division winners. Brewers are minus 240 to win the National League Central. The Cubs are plus 480. The Pirates are plus 750. Then the Cardinals plus 1,300.
Gosh.
Sounds like you're starting to get mad.
These guys hate the Cardinals. Hate the Redbirds.
The hell?
To make the playoffs, the Cardinals are plus 225.
And what are the Mets?
The Mets to make the playoffs. Meet the Mets. Meet the Mets. The Mets are plus 410, minus 620 if you want to bet no.
Okay.
I would gather the reason for the disparity there is because the division is much more realistic for the Cardinals than it is for the Mets.
Yeah.
So that is another entry point in addition to the 3 wild card spots. That would be my guess. I don't know these things.
No.
I'm simply in the guessing business.
I can't stand this team.
No, yeah.
They got no balls. Okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
What do you have to show in baseball to have balls?
Clip that off.
Juan
How do you know if a team has balls in
Juan
baseball?
Soto walking to first base and an error is made.
And he would have been safe by 10 steps.
And a run would have scored. Makes $765 million.
Oh, God. Has Francesa done a Bet Rivers review yet on that?
Oh, man. If I was Juan Soto, yeah, I'd just put my phone in the gun locker for a couple days. Just let that sit there. I don't need to look at that.
If you think the Cardinals are going to win 70 games or more and you would like to bet on that, you got to bet $4,500 to win 100.
Wow.
So they like the chances of the Cardinals getting to 70 wins.
Yeah.
They actually like the chances of the Cardinals getting to 80 wins. The minus 152 for 80-plus
Wow.
wins.
That's
About
surprising. Because I believe if it was just last week, the over-under win total was like 78 or 79 and a half.
That's correct.
Yeah. So
They've played 63 games so far, and they have 35 wins already. So 80 doesn't seem out of the question at all.
No.
If you like this club to be a 90-win team, you're going to get about 7-1 on your money. 90-plus wins.
That may be
plus
pushing
710.
it.
And if you think this is a 100-win team,
Well,
you'll put $100 down, and then, Doug, you will receive $8,000.
that may be the bet, right? Stupid bet. You won't feel $100.
The Dodgers, by the way, minus 300 to win 100-plus games.
Jesus.
How about that? So there.
By the way, the Cardinals are coming, so odds belong.
There are your numbers. Kitty Bates is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, just joining, or joining late, have we talked about the guy on the TMA fan page crashing out over Doug's season wins take? And I scrolled when I saw this post. I don't see. This is the TMA fan page on Facebook, which Jackson kind of is, I hope you don't take offense to this, but as like a hostile takeover of the thing.
Damn pay.
I forget what I predicted for their season win.
But I don't see the thread, so I don't know what the crash out is.
I don't know either.
You're the moderator.
I know, and the weird thing about both moderating and never checking it is in conversations like these, you're kind of useless.
You can do both, though. You can never look at it and still be the moderator.
Right, like I'm...
Actually, it's on brand.
I do keep a close eye on it by not checking it ever.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, as always, to the audience saving the day. Why does Doug persist in not understanding that winning every series in baseball would be a good thing? Nobody is going to win every game. Winning 2 out of every 3 games is a .667 winning percentage. In a modern 162-game season, that works out to about 108 and 54. That's elite territory. Over the last century, only a handful of teams have reached or exceeded that mark in a full season. Some famous examples: 1927 New York Yankees, 1939 New York Yankees, 2001 Seattle Mariners. A .667 team is the kind of team fans remember for decades.
Well, thanks for the math lesson, Einstein. What's his name, Tim? I'm going to suspend him for that.
First name, Tony.
Tony, you just got yourself suspended. You got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time. Your name, as we speak, is going into the appliance discounter suspension logule. How'd that feel? That's my question to you.
Tony, call in and tell us, how does it feel? 314-974-0101. You can also text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service sponsor of the text inbox. Gray Summit, Gray Goose Guzzler says 75 wins max. So,
well, nobody knows. I don't think anybody was predicting that they'd be in this good a shape at this point in the season. I didn't hear that from anybody. And yet here they are. So who knows what'll happen from here on.
You're arguing with an AI post. It's from the 618.
Oh, well, that could be.
There's an AI post? I don't see that happening.
You wouldn't think that AI is listening to my takes and then 2 months
Creating a
later
Facebook
coming up with
account.
opposite takes.
Create a Facebook account for some guy and then doing it.
Tony La Russa. That's from Donnie's headband.
I don't believe
What the
that
hell's
was the
going
skipper.
on?
Just listening and learning.
I was Doug. I predicted it. That's Jugs in D.C.
Of course, you're a genius. Of course. Everyone Everyone is now coming forward and saying, sure, I knew they'd be good this year.
Yeah, God, I have no
Nobody
patience for
said
that. The Johnny come lately, I was right.
Mm-hmm.
That's so annoying.
I think they win 90 and make the NLCS. My brick has been deposited at the sports book that some turns have tabled. If you could, send a screenshot of that.
Yes.
I'm in the screenshot business.
100%. If you're saying I made this bet, then you'd certainly have a bet slip. If you made it online, that'll be easy to access. And if you made it in person, you should keep the slip. Of course, you have to keep the slip.
That's
you
right.
Get paid.
Yeah, mine's in a lockbox.
Yeah, so I...
was it Al Gore who had a lockbox? I think it was Al Gore who had a
don't know
lockbox.
if he had one.
Yeah, I got an Al Gore lockbox
Is it
autographed by Al Gore.
like a security deposit box?
No, not that.
Okay.
But it is in a box.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it is a little weird, but that's how I made my bet with Case.
Right, so you have to keep the slip. Therefore, you can always send us proof. And then we'll give you your flowers.
Jugs in D.C. Has the Cardinals to make the playoffs. He made a $25 wager, and he has an offer right now to receive $56.94. Nice. If they are to make the playoffs, he would receive $250. Jugs in D.C.
Good on him. Ride that bet out. Don't cash out.
Yeah, I would hang on to that for a while.
Ride that out.
Because it seems like they're getting better rather than worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd anticipate some of the pitching to regress a little bit.
Yeah. And knock on wood, they've been, for the most part, very healthy with their pitching this year, too. I don't think anyone's missed a start all year.
Yeah, outside of Richard Fitz, who wasn't even on the Major League club to start the season.
Yeah.
No real injuries.
I bet the early win total over just because Tim is a cute genius. Doug, that's from the Mizzou man.
I don't know how cute of a genius you are. Here's a little Cardinal quiz talking about healthy pitchers.
It's fun with quizzes.
Their 5 starters, as far as I know, have not yet missed a start. Only one other pitcher has started a game for the Cardinals beyond their 5 starters. Who would that be? McGreevy, May, Liberatore, Palante, Leahy. They've all started either 12 or 13 games. Dobbins is a correct answer.
Shot papers. And they're going to go with a 6-man rotation now, so Dobbins will be starting more.
Dobbins looked rock solid in his appearance. Now, the Reds were so far out of it by the time he was in there. Who knows where their head was at. But he's been very effective out of the pen. I think he could be someone that you really like going forward. Clearly, they're going to a 6-man rotation with him.
Well, you're going to need 6 at some point. It's pretty rare that all 5 make it to the entire season without missing some starts.
Especially since, when you look at McGreevy, Leahy, Palante, not totally used to, having 32 games started in a season. So best to give them an extra day off here and there.
There would be some bummed out people if they get around that trade deadline and they're still in the playoff hunt and they were to move Dustin May.
If he is to continue pitching how he's pitched over the last month and a half.
I agree with the premise. As when we were talking about this in the Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour, the difficult thing with regard to the playoff hunt is almost everybody's in the playoff hunt when the trade deadline rolls around. So, and I'm not asking you to do this because it's certainly subjective, but what would, it would be difficult. Of course, it's possible for the Cardinals to be beyond 6 games out of a wild card spot when the trade deadline rolls around. Of course, it is possible. Health, a regression, take your pick. But by definition, I think people would consider, if you're within 6 games of a playoff spot, being in the mix. But again, because of baseball's watered-down playoff system, what I consider to be watered down, I know plenty of people like it, and I'm in the minority. But therefore, it is very difficult to be one of these Rockies-esque operations where you already know you're doomed. So with that said, if they are within 3 games of the division and within 3 games of the 6th playoff spot, that for me would be where I would be going. You can't do that. Right. Now, I also would understand if they're not going, okay, let's go out and trade prospects for a third baseman. Or if somebody were to get hurt over the next 40 games and they've got to tend to it, if they don't want to trade from this collection of assets, I get that. That is where you could have a conversation. But the problem, and why you've seen a, relatively speaking, lack of activity at the trade deadline here over the last handful of years is because so many teams are, quote unquote, in it. And that's just a byproduct way more teams being in the playoffs. Tim, mark the time and date. Cardinals win 100-plus games this season. Bet it. That's from the Arnold Water Tower, Doug.
It seems a little aggressive to me.
I'll put it in prediction here.
It seems aggressive.
That the Arnold Water Tower is betting that the Cardinals?
The Arnold Water Tower. That goes next to Martin's prediction that Miami football will not go undefeated in 2026.
Let's do the math now. They won 35 games in 63 games. How many do they win in 162?
Okay. Meet the Mets.
Meet the Mets. That's 35 times 162 divided by 63. They're on a pace to win 90.
Wow. So the Arnold Water Tower, not that bold.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't bet that. But he's in there, so I have it in there. He won't win anything from us if that's the case.
No.
But if he places the wager himself, he'll probably be handsomely rewarded.
Doug, when the other wifey raised a double-ended toy in the air like Thor's hammer, I knew it was going to be a fun Saturday night. That's from the Swinghaven board member.
Don't get us off track.
You really have to raise it up like that?
Like Thor's hammer?
So dramatic. Well, only Thor can raise Thor's hammer, so.
Yeah, guess you're right about that.
Mjolnir. Mjolnir? Yeah, that's the
Excuse
name
me?
That's the name of the hammer. Mjolnir. Mjolnir? One of the two.
Is it a certain brand of hammer?
No.
Is it Home Depot sells Mjolnirs?
Yeah, I think you can buy
Thor's hammer at Home Depot.
Epic Nordic tchotchkes at your local hardware store.
Okay. I haven't seen that, but I'll look for it next time I'm in there.
There you go.
I can't wait for the Cards to cause Frank the Tank crash out this week. That's from the Forest Park Ranger Corps.
Frank the Tank is a well-known New York radio personality.
Barstool personality.
And the Mets are his team, right? And the Cardinals play the Mets this week.
Right.
And the Mets are currently sitting 15 and a half games out of first place.
Tough.
Have you fellas taken a gander at the July schedule? It's rough. Lots of games against the Brewers and Braves and lots of in-division games. That's the make or break month, methinks. That's from Tim's Banana Hammock in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
What do you think about the phrase "methinks"?
I bet Doug
I don't
doesn't
really
like
care for it.
I had a feeling you wouldn't like that.
I don't really care for it. His take is probably spot on,
right?
But I don't care for him saying methinks.
Well, if you're looking for an opportunity to pick up some wins, if you are fearful of the month of July schedule, Doug, we may have arrived at that moment. I mean, this is an opportunity. I mean, it just was an opportunity. The Reds are obviously flopping around. Part of that is injury-related. The Cardinals got him without De La Cruz this weekend. Hunter Green has not been a part of the operation. The Mets, as Doug observed, 15.5 back, although they're trailing the team with the best record in the game. Then they're at the Twins. Padres have fallen on hard times, and that's who comes to town. Then the Cardinals go to Kansas City. Doug's mad about the off day on Saturday the 20th.
I don't care for it.
Because of the World Cup. And then they come home and they get the Diamondbacks for 4 and the Marlins for 3 for the homestand in the final week of the month of June. So this would be considered a favorable schedule. July before the All-Star break is Braves in Chicago over the 4th of July weekend, 4 at home against the Brewers, actually 5 at home because one of them is a doubleheader on Tuesday of that, and then the Braves. So yes, without question, they will be put to the test. So, Doug, eat while the getting's good.
It doesn't look like there's many days off at all in July there in that stretch either, so they'll need lots of pitching.
Eat while the getting's good.
So they better have Dobbins ready to go, and maybe somebody else too.
Dobbins will pitch on Thursday, day game in Queens.
All right.
293 friends are in there talking it over right now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can join in the conversation. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne is ill today. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt will filter your phone calls and your emails here on the program. That is how you can get involved the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, could you tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
I could indeed. Design Air Heating and Cooling is who you call if you have any kind of problem with your air conditioner, furnace in the winter months, because Design Air has been around since 1904, helping make St. Louis homes more comfortable. These guys have seen it all, they've done it all, they've fixed it all, and they've sold any kind of product that's going to make your HVAC system work great in your house. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Seth Goldcamp is a fourth-generation family member running and owning that operation. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Ask about the maintenance plan, where they'll come out before the heavy-duty season hits and make sure that your equipment is working just right. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman. You might even get the heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. Who knows? Design Air. Comfort brings the heat.
There it is. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Knicks Spurs Game 3 action right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Pregame 6:30, tip-off at 7:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
So this is the Lupe Fiasco version.
Is that what it is?
And Jackson, you want the audience to decide?
Yeah, I like both. I like both the versions of it, both the Hornsby, and then this was a big song in my youth.
And who's he sampling here?
I don't know who he's sampling on this one.
You recognize that melody, though, don't you?
Can't say that I do.
DJ Jackson Burkett with you here on the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Martin Kilcoyne is ill today, and hopefully he will be back tomorrow. I am ill today. I might not be here tomorrow. Doug, as you know, my throat is
You
and then
gonna be
I
okay?
massage it, but it doesn't really get to the issue.
Yeah. Well, you got it bad, and that ain't good.
That's right. But Papers and I have a charity event today that's supposed to be outdoors. We noticed in the 8 o'clock hour during a commercial break, Jackson thought the apocalypse had arrived. Mm-hmm. As we look to the southwest, the storms violent in the Creve Coeur area. And wow, Doug. The hawk was up, the storm blowing through, and it looks like there is a lot more headed our way.
Yeah.
It got like pitch black dark out for a second, and there's a one lonely pine that sits right in front of our studio window here, and it was sideways.
A lonely pine.
One lonely pine.
But it survived, right? It's still out there.
Oh, it's still, yeah. I mean, it's just quite wet.
Yeah.
Sonny Gray style.
Did you know that Lonely Pine was the name of the mall that Michael J. Fox?
Right, because when he went back in time, he ran over one of the pine trees of the Twin Pines Mall, and so when he came back to the future, the mall had changed names to Lonely Pine Mall.
Gotcha.
Nice little detail there by Robert Zemeckis.
I call that an Easter egg.
Okay. I watched a movie last night. I may need a movie boy rating on this.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I don't know what to watch, I'll go back and watch a movie that used to be big, popular. Everybody seemed to like it, but for some reason I missed it. So I watched The Big Lebowski last night, or tried to. About an hour in, I said, enough.
I can see why you wouldn't.
I can't do
couldn't
this.
Now, why do you say that?
Just knowing Doug's preferences and knowing Doug for some years now, I could see The Big Lebowski being not your favorite.
No.
And why do you say that? Why?
It's certainly unique. It is very much like a Coen Brothers kind of trip. Like the essentially the plot means nothing. The plot is inconsequential to the film itself. I do think it features some of the funniest performances.
By who?
John Goodman
had some good lines.
Captain Cougar, sir.
John Goodman is unbelievable. John Turturro as the Jesus is an all-timer for me.
All-timer? I just thought it was stupid.
And then the dude is... I'm just telling you right now that this take is going to go poorly for you.
It might. I saw Rotten Tomatoes are like 78%, but it was just so much of Jeff Daniels going, F word, I don't know, dude, man, F word, I don't care. After about an hour of that, enough. I can't take that.
I like Philip Seymour Hoffman as the butler of Mr. Lebowski. Yeah, I love that movie, but I get not being your thing.
I couldn't do it. I said, it's got to be me. It's got to be. This is a popular movie. It has to be. It just didn't get any better.
It wasn't popular when it was released. It followed up Fargo, and people were like, what the hell? You guys just released like one of the best movies I've ever seen, and you followed up with Big Lebowski, and then it's grown into a cult classic.
Over the line, Doug. You just don't know good movies. That's from the 314.
Well, I know that one wasn't one.
Not Jeff Daniels, you old senile man. That's from Johnny Cakes. He makes those pancakes up in New Hampshire.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges, that's right.
Okay.
Jeff Bridges.
Who the F is Jeff Daniels?
All right, Jeff
Judge in
Bridges.
D.C.
Jeff
I get a
Daniels.
senior exemption when I miss the last name.
Wrong, Piddles. BL is beyond stupid. That's Sharon and Clayton.
Okay, that also tracks. I really love Big Lebowski. It's one of my favorites.
What did you like about it?
It's hilarious.
I just didn't see
It's
it.
perfectly weird.
Well, it is weird.
Yeah, Sam Elliott as the narrator, really funny. I think it's really funny, and like the reason why the Coen brothers are so unique in the way they make movies is
Wrong. It was Lone Pine Mall.
If I say lonely, it's okay.
Okay.
We'll be all right there.
Leave us alone.
That's from Larry Bird's trash truck.
Then at one point he gets punched, and then he's flying through space. And
Yes, there's a very trippy part there.
Yeah, somebody was on acid when they made that part.
The Coen brothers are weird, and I wish they would reunite and make movies together again.
And the actress who was doing the painting, the English actress, I guess the daughter of the real Big Lebowski, annoying character, very annoying.
That tracks. That tracks. Don't act like you know me. You don't. That's from Sharon and Clayton. That's
You're texting into the program that this is the show. You're texting into this program. I apologize. I don't know. I've never met you, Sharon. But based on your text, it does not surprise me you don't like Big Lebowski.
And why is that? I'm trying to understand this.
Because I think it takes some. I think it takes a little bit of like, okay, I'm going to let this kind of happen, and I don't get to have any control over this. And based on her text, it seems like that would be a problem. Sorry, that's where I'm at. But I don't know Sharon, so I shouldn't comment on her. Like she comments on everything of our lives.
Oh, boy, you're getting hot right now.
Well, you know, you come at the
You've had enough, it sounds like. I was prepared to really enjoy the movie. I gave it a long run. Then I thought, I'd be better off sleeping an extra hour than watching any more of this nonsense. Usually I like silly, stupid movies. I'm up for a lot
What's
of
a silly, stupid movie you like?
Oh, like Animal House was silly and crazy and nuts.
More conventional than something like Big Lebowski. Big Lebowski is, in a way, experimental. And I get it's not for everybody. Yeah. The Coen brothers are weird. They make weird movies. Yeah. Some people lean into it and like it. I'm in that category. Some people, it's just isn't their vibe. It's not a bad thing or a good thing one way or another.
Some people like things. Some people don't like other things.
Sharon is at the Arnold Rec Center barfing scrambled eggs into the pool. That's from Vinny Favorito's non-work comedy. What does that mean? And then Chairman Kurt is active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, no one who unironically likes the Mills Brothers also likes the Big Lebowski. No one should be surprised by this. That's Chairman Kurt. And I'm telling you, he's about 15 feet from you.
I would like to say on record that I unironically like the Mills Brothers.
All right, take it back then.
And I love
at least,
Big Lebowski.
Glower.
Yeah, if nothing else, just Glower.
All right.
You want me to delete the comment?
No, you're good. You're good.
It just seemed like it was a lot of like marijuana humor. I'm going to throw it out the window. Oh, it hit the window and it bounced back in my crotch. No,
you didn't laugh when the guy picked up the bowling ball and said, what is this? And the dude responds, obviously you are not a golfer. Quite funny.
Yeah, I caught the line.
This isn't non-smoky. There are rules.
It's just it hit me as funny.
That's fair.
Sharon Trax is a 60-year-old gentleman with bad arthritis. That's from Stolen Gift Cards.
Arthritis.
Stolen Gift Cards is new. Is that a new name?
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
I was about to say. Blue feet?
That's very blue. Yeah, Stolen Gift Cards is new. That was a last week edition. And I'm glad to have them a part of the program.
Doug only likes boomer dad porn like Bridge of Spies or Ford versus Ferrari. That's from Big Tough. That's called boomer dad porn?
I also want to be on record that I love Ford v. Ferrari.
Okay.
It's an ultimate dad movie, but I love it. God, I love that movie. Bridge of Spies is another one that, no thank you. But
Academy Award for supporting actor, am I correct on that?
Mark Rylance.
Oh man, Jackson's upset by Mark Rylance supporting actor.
When was the last time I would never watch Bridge of Spies ever again. But, I like Mark Rylance. He was in a movie called The Outfit a couple years ago. It's a pretty good one. Check that out. It's on Netflix.
Sharon wears diabetic compression socks. That's from Orson Woods Wacko.
I don't think she has the sugar foot.
Yes, Karen, it tracks. That's from the old Appleton stepdad. And even though it's a morning filled with thunderstorms in the area, the old Appleton stepdad's out there on the front porch in old Appleton enjoying a country time lemonade.
It could be.
And listening to this program on a transistor radio, texting in from a flip phone. And that's America, Jack. Ain't that America for you and me? Yes, Jackson, you just fist pumped.
No, I was just fist pumping your kind of sentiment there. 250 years, baby.
You better believe it. You better believe it. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at approximately 9:45 here on the Polos Plus dossier. A lot of Cardinal conversation on the program. We have not gotten into the NBA Finals. We were talking about this in a commercial break, I think, and that is, I was surprised that the NBA Finals went Friday, Monday. I would have thought Sunday night would have been gold. I feel like that's a tradition, but they did not go with that, and so it's Monday night in New York. So now you got 2 nights off for the Stanley Cup Final, with that game 4 taking place in Las Vegas tomorrow night. Meanwhile, Game 3 at the Garden tonight. Little Jackie Papers, you'd have to think all the Cardinals will be in the building as they're up there in New York for the fun and games.
Certainly be locked in on it, I have to imagine, but the ticket prices are astronomical for on the secondary markets. I believe $11,000 is as cheap as you can get into the ball game.
Hold on a second. 11,000. This isn't like the courtside. This is the get into the building is $11,000.
I believe that is the
ESPN is saying tickets as low as 4,000.
All right, somebody is being lied to.
Yeah,
somebody is being lied to.
But that ESPN one has been wrong.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing tickets at. Okay. Never mind. Some usually right around the cheapest one's $4,700.
Most expensive, $31,745.
A lot of publicists working overtime trying to get their clients courtside. This is a big moment to find out if you are the reals or not for the reals, huh?
Yep. You can sit literally in like the last possible seat for $4,700.
Nice. Doug, are you interested in flying up there today?
No.
Jackson's plane goes right to Teterboro. But you're not going.
No, I'm going to miss it, unfortunately.
How much disposable income do you have to have before you buy not one seat, but probably 2 or 3 or 4?
That's my question.
That's $31,000.
Who's spending?
At least 2.
Who's spending? I mean, like to sit in like a pretty decent seat, $15,000. Like, do you have to call somebody before you just hit, or are there people out there just hitting like, all right, 2 tickets, sign up, $31,000, pay Ticketmaster that?
Probably so.
Let me tell you something. You think this is something? Imagine if they win tonight and they're in position to win for the first time since 1973 in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, that will be, then it might actually be the $11,000 to get in the building.
Spurs to win the NBA Finals, plus 385.
Yeah, I mean, teams have come back from
minus 500.
Yeah, teams have come back from 2-0.
When's the last time we saw a team come back from 2-0?
I know the Cavs in 16 came back from 3-1, which was improbable. But the idea of coming back 2-0, I mean, yeah, you can. I feel like we've had this before where it's team goes on the road, wins the first 2, and the other team goes on the road and wins the next 2. Like, I feel like that's happened in the last couple of years.
Blues and Jets in 2019?
Precisely. Well, yeah.
Did the Bucks do it against the Warriors?
That sounds right. Yeah. Or is it the Bucks against the Suns? I think it was the Bucks against the Suns. I think the Suns won the first 2 games, and then the Bucks came back.
I don't think anybody's beaten the Knicks this year.
They buy in. Yeah. They're led by an absolute stud, Jalen Brunson. And then the Spurs had a glorious opportunity in that game and kind of messed it up in a major. Wembanyama turned the ball over there at the end. Was brutal. I hated to see it for the young fella. Because that's like it's not really his fault. It's not really Stephen Castle's fault. It's just unfortunate. He turns his head at the very last second before Wembanyama throws the ball up the court. But Wemby's a point guard in a 7'5" guy's body. So Stephen Castle's like, take it up, dude. I'll get it at half court. We'll take a timeout. Brutal. Bad spot. But that's what, the Knicks are a much more veteran team. And Karl Anthony Towns has been unbelievable this series. Unbelievable.
Doug the Cat. Tim, the reason for the scheduling is the NBA knew better than to go head-to-head with the St. Louis Battlehawks. Caca is the law. That's stolen gift cards as blue feet.
Yeah, very blue. I was looking at some tweet where I think Awful Announcing tweeted out like major opportunity missed for the NHL and NBA to not have a game on tonight.
Yeah.
major missed opportunity. And
So what was going on there? I really am curious.
Yeah.
I realize there's probably a column written about it, and I am in full crowdsource mode, and I apologize for that. But, man, Sunday night, so what you had the Cubs and Giants scoring 1 run apiece for 9 innings.
I mean, truly would have gone up against nothing. I would have loved to see the numbers on that Game 3 in MSG on Sunday night with nothing else. That would have been astronomically high numbers for that Game 3. All eyeballs would have been on that. And they missed. And NHL, obviously, they played Saturday night. Obviously, they're not going to make that happen. The NBA, I think, wants to give an extra day for travel day. But in this situation, you go full bore and do it Sunday night.
The Tony Awards were last night.
That's right.
That's from Turns Have Tabled.
Again,
Doug, is that the reason why the NBA?
Venn diagrams of Tony Awards viewers and NBA Finals viewers probably.
Tony Awards, are they held at MSG?
No, not to my knowledge.
Maybe that's the explanation.
Yeah, that was my thought. Is they probably had something they couldn't change or cancel that night.
The NBA is avoiding Team USA games in the World Cup. They play on Friday, I believe. That's from the amateur proctologist.
Oh, okay. I wonder if there's a lot of Knicks season ticket holders grappling with whether they should sell their 2 seats tonight to pay for their season tickets for the whole year.
Radio City Music Hall is where it was last night. So down the road, but certainly not at MSG.
Would you do that as a season ticket holder? Would you say, I could get maybe $20,000 for my 2 seats tonight? Or should I sit home and
For
watch
Game 3, I'd say, if it was me, sell and then go to Game 4. And then, you could really bankroll yourself for a year or two there.
But Game 4 the ticket prices might be twice this.
If I was a Knicks fan and they had a chance to win the NBA Finals, there's nothing in this world that would stop me from sitting in those
Even
seats.
if you could get $30,000 or $40,000 for your
likely,
tickets.
if you have Knicks season tickets, you're probably doing pretty well. Decent seats where you would get like something like $30K for them. I think you're probably doing well enough to be like, this is why I have the season tickets, is to see something like this.
Well, yeah, I'm sure everyone's pretty well heeled, but there are still some that $40,000 for a couple of tickets might be hard to pass up.
I get it.
It's like 3 months of rent.
Yeah, truly.
I guess the Bomberito 500 can go to hell, huh? That's from the 607.
Yeah, again, me saying that this is wide open and the Knicks and the Game 3 could have done big numbers is not necessarily an indictment of anything else that was on last night. True, like the Women's U.S. Open, car racing, Battlehawks, whatever, the Tony Awards, all of these things, doing great. But we're talking about the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden. Not much else in the sporting world can top that.
Tell the people of Louisville that this morning.
Right, yeah. UFL, spring football games, soccer games, it doesn't matter. This is the New York Knicks in the NBA Finals here.
Doug, it's like why 1994 all over again is the NBA Finals in the World Cup in the United States involving the New York Knicks and the United States could find themselves meeting on the same day, a famous day in 1994, which was the subject of a 30 for 30. Do you remember the events focused on that day?
From 1994.
I think I have a decent idea.
If you want to put a puck on the net, Doug, would you like to fire? I mean,
like something outside of sports that was happening?
Let me see.
Now I know for sure.
Okay.
So the NBA Finals, Knicks and Rockets.
I think it might have been their parade.
Okay, got it. So
maybe I'm off.
The Rockets parade.
I don't know, but I don't know. But either way, definitely involved the Knicks in the finals.
Were the Rangers also in?
Probably the Rangers final.
Yeah.
Their parade. That's what it would have been because there wouldn't have been a parade in New York.
OJ trial?
OJ. Well, that was, I believe, the night of his famous Al Collins White Bronco.
Got it. Okay. So, yeah.
And then the fourth.
The fourth would have been 94.
Oh, Princess Di.
That was 97.
Oh. Well, that wouldn't have been it then.
Earthquake? Was that the earthquake in San Francisco?
Earthquake and one-man gang teamed up to win the WWF.
We're not counting that nonsense.
No, that would have been in the World Series. That couldn't have been it.
Can we have initials?
Men wanted to be with him. Women wanted to be
Arnold
like him.
Palmer, final tournament?
Final U.S. Open.
Got it. Okay.
How about that?
Wow, that's a geez.
Because men wanted to be with him?
It's a big
what?
Day. When did Pulp Fiction come out? That might have been around the same time, too.
And then also Pulp Fiction.
That could have been
anytime any movie comes out, word, we mark time
any
with
movie,
this stuff.
It's Pulp Fiction. Yeah, here.
Knicks game, Bob Costas was there. Famous video. That's from Merp the Barbarian. Yeah, the Al Cowlings thing was taking place. Yeah, MSG was busy in the summer of 94.
Yeah, because I remember...
was that the Canucks they beat, the Messiah?
I think so.
Francesa and Mad Dog, there was like a classic video or tape of them talking about their itineraries for those days, and it was like crazy what they were doing. Like Rangers game, Knicks game, all at the same time.
And I like that 30 for 30 because there's no narration. It's just strictly like
is that right?
footage from the different events.
How about that? Talk Major League Pickleball weekend. That's from Shooter McGavin. Tell that trust fund baby to quit pretending he's a meat and potatoes guy. It's from the 636. Yeah,
Okay.
stop it.
All right. I apologize.
Good for you. I agree with Doug's take on the Big Lebowski. It's from Adonis Jordan. Yeah. That guy won a national championship at Kansas.
Not for everybody. You'd probably think, marijuana humor, hysterical, or you'd love it or you'd hate it.
Yeah, I think it's a polarizing film in that way. I think it has grown to be a cult classic, and I think a lot of people who are into it really are into it, and then for some it just doesn't work.
You can email in your thoughts the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's coming up in 15 minutes here on TMA. This program exists and is approaching its 22nd birthday in July because of the audience and the audience supporting the sponsors. And 100 West Dental and Dr. Brandon Pryor is a longtime TMA sponsor. His offices, with his incredible staff, has a huge staff on Manchester in Baldwin. And you know him at 100 West Dental, the guy that I've been telling you about to get your smile back, but he can also help get your sleep back. He treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, an alternative to a CPAP. So no mask, no machine for the right candidates. If you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked because bad sleep catches up with you. You're not performing at 100% if you're not sleeping right at work, in the gym, anywhere. And yeah, this is still the best place for veneers, implants, full smile rehab, the bigger dental work. Visit 100westdental.com. Go see Dr. Pryor. That's 100westdental.com with Dr. Brandon Pryor. The offices on Manchester in Baldwin. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. AutoLoanPro.com, the website to head to for that next vehicle. It doesn't matter what the situation is, they'll get you into that new vehicle. Little to no money down. Also, lowest rates possible. They work with over 50 different lenders to get you the best rates possible. It can get a little complicated if you've had a hiccup there along the way. Doesn't matter. They're going to help you get the car and get your credit back on track. They've got a great website with the vehicles that also has the free playbook on that site. Jim Olive, the owner, put this playbook together so that you can better understand how the credit industry works. So get a new vehicle, improve your credit, all in one spot. AutoLoanPro.com, they're part of the Lita family. Great selection online there. A little footage there on TV with Jim and Robert Thomas, and friend of the show, Robert Thomas, on the site as well. But get that free playbook, get the vehicle, all of it in one spot. All you need to know is to choose the pro. AutoLoanPro.com.
Nice.
Oh, here you go.
This is a nice reset.
Yeah, this is your hit of dopamine. For me, it's Emmanuel in space, but you hear this and you are immediately in a good place and ready to give some takes.
It's just a timeless little song that you can't help but tapping your toe. And
take a listen to this.
Muted trumpets.
And that's the licorice stick right there?
I believe it is.
When did you stop playing clarinet, Doug?
About 7th or 8th grade.
Okay. You didn't play it through high school, obviously.
I had such buck teeth. I was actually wearing grooves into the mouthpiece of the clarinet.
Is that a rented clarinet?
No, my own personal clarinet. You kidding me?
Doug's Big Lebowski take makes me hate the Mills Brothers. Some jugs in D.C., so now the Mills Brothers are shrapnel for your Big Lebowski take.
Weirdly, I feel like Glowworm could have been in Big Lebowski. Like the opening scene, there's like a old school song playing, like a real ragtime kind of sound.
You like ragtime?
I love the Sting.
Tumbleweed is what they played.
Got it, yeah.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Mark Hanna is the sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. And coming up here on our Polos Plus dossier, we have our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Cardinals with the day off today. I would imagine the boys are probably playing Shinnecock.
Yeah, probably getting some work in there.
And then reporting back on their scores today. Off day, then you head to Madison Square Garden and enjoy the fun and games. And then, Doug, where do you think their hotel is? You think it's down in Tribeca? You think it might be
probably
by
not.
Central Park at the Waldorf
Wouldn't you
Astoria?
try
That's where you stay, right? If you have to stay in the city.
Yeah, Upper West Side.
Wouldn't you try to avoid all that if you're the
And
Cardinals?
stay in Queens? Stay in the Astoria?
Well, you want to get involved
Flushing?
in all the Knicks stuff right now. It just seems like it'd be a hassle. Maybe driving is going to be really tough.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't know. You guys would know better than I where they stay when they play the Mets.
I think it's that Comfort Inn right by
Queens and Long Island City.
Well, no, that could be.
So help me, in 2006, we did the show during the NLCS. This very presentation, Doug, from Martin's hotel room at the Comfort Inn in Queens.
Nice.
Well, and again,
I called Comforter.
And I have to wonder how you guys were able, to do a remote now, we have to have what seems to be just like a dense web of wires and
I like that. Dense
monitors and flying saucers. But what, you just plug into like the landline phone or something?
I guess so. At that point, I had already been 12 years out of St. Louis U High, so I didn't have to do any of the manual labor.
So the Cat and Martin were busy as hell trying to get it to work.
Absolutely. I don't know. I guess producer Joe might have been there. I would have
to think. If you guys are doing the show out there, there'd have to be somebody outside of the three of you.
I don't know if he traveled. I really need to check on this.
Maybe it's like one of the TV guys helped out.
The next day we did the show from CBS on the west side of Manhattan.
Okay.
And but the first day we were there, we did it from Martin's hotel room at the Comfort Inn in Queens, and of course we saw the players all there in the lobby.
I don't think I've stayed in a Comfort Inn. It's decent, isn't it? It's like,
well, I didn't stay there. I had stayed back in Manhattan in my own place.
Of course. Didn't expect you would have to stay there, but Martin, sure.
Today, like the three of you just sitting on the bed.
Like I said, I called Comforter.
Yeah.
This is at my hotel room. You know I arrived there 30 seconds before the show started.
Right, and then Tim's lying in the bed doing the show up.
Smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, well, Martin and the Cat, I guess, are sitting on the
They had been at Shea Stadium until 2 in the morning. I went to bed at 9 and had a car service take me out to Queens.
Right, but you were complaining. Not good enough.
Doug, 20 years later, the Cardinals are on pace to head right back to that NLCS, and Jordan Walker had this to say after he got the Cardinals on the board yesterday with a GAPA.
It was sick. Unbelievable. I feel like our division is unreal, if not the best division out there. So to sweep a team in our own division just gives us that much more confidence for, playing the rest of MLB. I love the energy, especially I keep saying that tarp's off in right field. It feels like I'm playing a college football game, but then, in the dugout, the energy that's being brought. And then Newt, I've always thought of Newt as the core of the energy, and he's back in there too. So it's only getting rowdier, and I love every bit of it.
There you go. Love to hear his enthusiasm. That was a guy who obviously was going through it. I was listening to Brad Thompson and Chip Carey yesterday talking about the Cardinals and All-Stars after Ali Marmol was announced to be selected to Dave Roberts' staff for the All-Star game. And they were going through guys they thought could very well be All-Stars for the Cardinals. And at this point, Jordan Walker would fall into the category of a shoo-in. I mean, he's in the mix for the National League
Maybe a
MVP.
starter.
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of really well-hit balls over the weekend, including a home run that didn't look like it was a home run. And then, upon further review, I thought it was high off the wall. I think Chip Carey even said so.
He's third or fourth in the league in a lot of the big power categories.
Yeah, and his numbers on StatCast, which I know vary for some people in terms of like what they think of it, but remain outstanding. Average exit velo, bat speed, batting run value, all tops of the league.
Yeah.
Doug, if I told you to guess who the favorite is to win the National League MVP, I would imagine that'd be the equivalent of knocking in a 6-foot or 6-inch putt.
Ohtani.
Yes, minus 1,500. But Jordan Walker is up there. Corbin Carroll and Kyle Schwarber are both plus 2,000. Juan Soto, after enjoying a leisurely jog down to first base, costing the Mets a run, he is at plus 2,200. James Wood and Jordan Walker both plus 4,500 to be the National League MVP. How do you do?
No, I'm doing fine, thanks. Yeah, I think Walker could be a starter in the All-Star game. I would kind of be surprised right now if he's not. I don't know who else will get in there. Maybe McGreevy.
Yep.
Maybe O'Brien. O'Brien's got the numbers. He's been a little shaky here the last couple of weeks.
A little rough.
Yeah.
But he's got the numbers. His 17 saves right there near the top. But there's not a lot of starting pitchers like McGreevy who have, ERA at 2.99.
Yeah, the only thing off on him is his win-loss record at 3-5.
Yeah.
It's not really his fault, but...
For the record, Christopher Sanchez, plus 125 to win the Cy Young. Jacob Mizrowski is plus 170. Ohtani plus 550 if you want the Cy Young MVP parlay. Doug, that is live for him. For the record, as far as Cardinals go on the Cy Young, you got to do some scrolling, and then you get down to friend of the program, Mike McGreevy, who is plus 15,000, only Cardinal listed with odds on that. And, of course, the rookie of the year, the favorite, is Cardinal second baseman J.J. Weatherholt, plus 110. After him, the overturned walk on Saturday, Sal Stewart. He is plus 185.
I like how Sal Stewart took off all of his hitting equipment. He was so confident that was a ball. I like that.
He kind of looks like somebody who could have been in The Sopranos.
Sal Stewart?
Yeah. He's got that look.
Yeah.
National League Manager of the Year. Would you like to fire a bet at the pot as to who the favorite is for the National League Manager of the Year?
How about Murphy?
No.
How about Ollie?
No.
Who's the Brave skipper right now?
Unfortunately, we shut crowdsourcing down in 2022.
Oh.
We shut it down.
Okay.
Walt Weiss is the favorite.
Yeah.
Plus 210.
He's with the Braves. It could be Mattingly if he brings the Phillies all the way
Mattingly is
back.
second, plus 500. Don Kelly, third.
Okay. And where's Ollie?
Fifth.
Okay.
He's plus 750. Tied for fourth with Pat Murphy.
Yeah.
But both plus 750.
If Mattingly brings the Phillies all the way back, it would have to be him, I would think.
Yeah, but if the Braves keep tearing it up.
Yeah, just the comeback story is a little bit flashier, I think.
I agree.
Where you got a team going absolutely nowhere and then change your manager and now you go on a big tear.
Doug, I got JJ for Rookie of the Year at plus 320 2 weeks ago. That's from Doug EV's BBL.
Yeah, everybody's a genius. Virtually everyone who texts in is a genius. And all extremely wealthy based on the bets that they put in. Knock it off with that.
Oh, no.
We don't need that kind of stuff around here. You can tell us anything. We're just supposed to believe it. Usually the winners just keep it to themselves. Not you. You got to text in and tell us over and over and ad nauseum. Tired of it. Tired of this and that.
Just your weekly reminder that Sharon lives in a new build and has never flown private. Laughing emoji. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Laduma.
A new build. I've never heard that as an insult. Your house is newly built.
Well, I think, and Jackson, you can speak to this. You know me. I don't know.
Right.
Somebody said, it's off Conway Road. I go, was that over in L.A.?
Right.
That if you have that old money, what you do is you gut that brick house and you make it look like a palace on the inside. But the house was built generations ago and probably passed down.
Sure.
Right. Complete teardowns. It's not going to get you into STLCC anytime soon.
Yeah. So those houses around St. Louis Country Club, inside all sparkling brand new, but the outside, they still want to go with the look from
the classic look
70 or 80 years ago.
Yes. Yeah, revamp all the stuff inside, outside keep, the bones.
Sharon has an Etsy shop that sells exclusively Savannah Bananas apparel. That's from the Hunchback of On Castle. I didn't know that.
Lick my hoop.
Yeah, you're right. How can I possibly live in my new custom-built Clayton home? That's Sharon and Clayton.
Custom-built?
It sounds like the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom was right. That's unfortunate.
They're not going to like that description. That new custom-built Clayton home. It sounds wonderful, but they're not going to like it.
No, they're not.
No.
Hey, Doug, I won a bet in high school that the Cardinals would win the World Series in 2006, and it got me $25.
Sure
That's from the 314.
Sure, we all did.
Nice. $25 it made, Doug.
That's serious cash. A lot of cake.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up in a matter of moments here on our polosplus.com dossier. Polosplus.com is where you can get the stylish hats that Jackson and I are wearing. When you think of style, you think of me and Jackie Papers. Man, I love this hat.
Really nice.
I really like this
Really
hat.
very comfortable.
I am a big fan. Polosplus.com. Click on the tab. I believe there was an issue. If you Google searched it, Andrew Hubbard of Polos Plus has tended to that. God bless him. So you can check out all the TMA merch. Polos, quarter zips, T-shirts, including the Navy Caps on the Road T-shirt, the hats, a wide variety, and they work with the top-notch brands as well. It's polosplus.com. That is coming up. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN. At Michael's Bath, they create elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. From sleek tub to shower conversions to full high-end bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical, they handle every detail. And now they're offering new premium wall options designed to bring a custom spa-like look to your home. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. This isn't a temporary fix or a quick cover-up, but it's a complete transformation built to last and built to add value to your home at michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800 and ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. It's up to you, Doug. Do you want the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
Well, I think it's about time for it.
Let's do it then. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The big Kilcoyne's day off. Kilcoyne ended the call telling Doug and Tim he just couldn't make it in a TMA this morning. Doug responded, "You take it easy today, pal. Maybe have some soup." Martin oddly broke the fourth wall, staring directly at an invisible camera. "They bought it. Me thinks it was one of my worst performances, and they never suspected a thing." Martin headed for the shower and then played the trumpet. "Never had one lesson." Then, to nihilistic.
You'll get through it. Keep going. Plow ahead.
Then too nihilistic broke into his room and peed on his rug.
Big Lebowski reference.
Yeah, I know. I saw him pee on the rug.
Not the rug, man. It really brought the room together, Martin screamed. Doug gave the big Kilcoyne's day off a thumbs down. That's from We Too Low.
We Too Low.
Some sort of weird combination of Ferris Bueller and Big Lebowski.
Very odd.
Two films that are not similar
Get
at all.
off this station.
Dear Dossier, another jam-packed weekend in the books. Woke up at dawn to my pet sparrow having a full-blown domestic dispute with a rodent, neither of whom pay rent, but both act like they run the place. Drove over an hour for a 10-minute haircut, made prolonged eye contact with 5 decades of regret, and I'm back in the car wondering why bother interfering with a perfectly good natural decline. Get home, ready to do laundry, and of course I'm locked out of the vacant unit across the hall. Turns out the landlord changed the locks, like I've been abusing premium access to an industrial laundry facility. So now I'm hauling a bag of laundry like a disgraced migratory sock peddler across town to my niece's house. At least she's hosting the monthly family game night. Folded my laundry in between turns, got heckled, and gave it right back. I added my cousin and uncle to the scorned list, which is frankly just administrative cleanup after they skipped my Hall of Fame induction ceremony for a concert that legally shouldn't be charging admission.
It all happened.
End result, clothes clean, suspicious haircut, grudges refreshed, and living situation is hanging on by a thread. I'll be stewing over this longer than I like, which feels like its own kind of problem. Toodles, that's from the TMA Troubadour, Senior Director of Lonely Pine Industries.
TMA Troubadour. And once again, the Strode program has leaked into this one.
Morning, Tim and Boner Pill. First things first, I was listening to that skeleton where the producer puts effort into it over the weekend and got to hear some great interviews you guys did on the morning after the passing of Red Schoendienst. You guys had on Mike Shannon, Dal Maxfield, Jennings Randolph Sr., all telling great stories about Red I'd never heard. Highly recommended listening if any Cardinals fans have a few hours to kill. I crushed it on a 5-minute walk, but I know that's 4.8 miles out of range for most of the listening audience. Anyway, around 10:12 Eastern time, Doug dropped a nuclear missile of a take that made me ears bleed. Apparently, Tapwater wasn't a fan of Jeff Daniels and the Big Lebowski. Doug looked me square in me crusty blue eyes. This afternoon, I am going to do absolutely nothing but watch the Big Lebowski and smoke weed just to piss you off. Nothing else. My buddy Sprunt, who lives in a neighborhood and has had a couple strokes, gave me a sack of weed gummies at the bar last night, and I'm going to find a way to snort them. Your generation makes me sick. Be better. I miss Martin. Chairman, it makes my stomach flutter to have you back. Jackson, what's the NBA pick tonight? Tim, you're a broadcasting god.
Oh.
Screw Chuck Todd from the Potomac, Jugs in D.C., Constable of the Hills Avian Residency Program. P.S. Jackson, play the Knicks bill drop. That's from Jugs, Doug, and he's over in D.C.
Jugs
sideways with Chuck
in
Todd.
D.C. with a poor email. A poor one. And you can watch Big Lebowski all day. It's probably right up there with your mental capabilities.
I could have sworn the juice was on the loose while the Suns were in the NBA Finals. I looked it up, and it turns out I was wrong. I will never question Tim's infallibility again. I will now go watch 3 Jiminy Glick interviews as penance. Doug, that's from the Unknown DJ.
Unknown DJ. Now, he's funny, Jiminy Glick. That's funny.
Finally redeemed the 12% off any body pillow coupon at Brooklyn in last week. Redeemable in person only. So I took a quick little trip out Brooklyn way. My wife's father-in-law dropped me off at Lambert. We exchanged a brief goodbye kiss near departures. Nothing crazy, but I guess we lingered a bit too long because that's when departure security guard militia emerged from a cloud of Marlboro Light smoke like they'd just completed a halo jump into Fallujah. Keep it moving, sirs!
Yeah.
The vehicle was stopped for roughly the duration of a Cardinal rally, but guess it was too long. The whistle stirred. More guards appeared. Radios crackled. You'd have thought we were attempting to seize control of Concourse C. My wife's father-in-law peeled away in his Buick as I felt a tear run down my thigh.
Oh,
Time for
gosh.
a Chili's to go triple dipper before my flight in the concourse because we can't go to the airport without pretending we're traveling with a per diem in this town. So people get triple dippers from Chili's to go?
I guess they
Doug
might.
and I went to Chili's at the Florida airport last time around.
In a city with thousands of vacant buildings, it's comforting to know Lambert's Curb remains the most heavily defended piece of real estate in Missouri. That's from Mark, from Mark's Bra and Mulch Emporium.
Mark from Mark's Bra and Mulch Emporium.
And finally, I had Jackson getting laid this weekend at plus 10,000. Did I win? That's from Chairman Stevie's in Des Moines. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We shall vote and announce the winner at approximately 10:55. Then you'll have BK and Ferrario from 11 to 2, the Fast Lane from 2 to 6. Tonight, Knicks and Spurs pregame, 6:30 p.m. tip-off at 7:30 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. Now, Jackson, would you like to answer Chairman Steve's question?
No.
There it is.
I would not want to answer the question.
There it is.
I decline answering.
All right, fair enough, Chairman Steve. We cannot give you the win. Hold on a second. Did that guy say his wife's father-in-law? That's his dad. That's from Marcia's Burner out in Storrs, Connecticut. You can text in 314-399-9646.
Best not to think about it.
You can also talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 300 friends are in there hanging out right there. And you can talk it over in there as well. Watch the show on youtube.com/TMASTL. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Delmar Mortgage is online at delmarmortgage.com. That's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. His personal number is 618-593-3608. That's the personal local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that'll make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings in as little as 2 weeks. That's who I am working with, Ryan Luchtefeld of Delmar Mortgage. Delmar Mortgage has been in the industry for 60 years. It's family owned, and Ryan has been doing it for 22 years, 13 of which have been with Delmar Mortgage. Call him or text him directly. This is his number, 618-593-3608. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. Pre-approvals, fast-track options that will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents. Delmar Mortgage. DelmarMortgage.com. Ryan's number, 618-593-3608.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Tomorrow evening, we'll have Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final action right here on 101 ESPN. Golden Knights and Hurricanes. Pregame at 6:30, puck drop at 7 tomorrow evening on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Doug, look on your right.
Yeah.
It's James Carlton.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, James.
Well, good morning, everyone. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. You?
The great James Carlton.
Doing great. I mean, lousy day outside, but other than that, it's great.
Any trouble driving here?
Yeah, it was
like, how are the roads?
I remember Jackson saying a few weeks ago it was almost where he couldn't see 3 feet in front
Monday
of him.
of last
There was
week.
a little pocket on 40 that was like that on the way.
Really?
Yeah, just a little pocket, though.
So I've had that where it's like just for a couple seconds it'll do that. Last
heartbeat
Monday, the whole ride in was like that.
Yeah.
Truly unbelievable.
I would have gotten off at Spady, too, if I were you.
And it made a wave that covered the sidewalk the entire ride down Spady. The hell.
When I was living in Houston for high school, there was a flood where I actually got trapped at like a Schnucks-like shopping center for about 8 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
8 hours? The store?
No, just in the parking lot. You know,
I was gonna say,
you could not get off that little island, whatever it was. It was crazy. I mean, Houston's flooded a few times.
Yeah, what was it? Harvey, the hurricane that hit a couple of years ago that devastated that entire place.
Wrecked them. That's right.
Wrecked them. Damn near killed them.
Yeah. You know, I've been on a pretty big World War II movie kick.
Oh, have you?
Well, with yesterday being the anniversary of D-Day, right. I think one of our sponsors is out there, by the way, for that commemoration of June 6th.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So anyway, I was watching. First of all, did you know this? Maybe you knew this. I thought this was the craziest thing I've ever heard. Do you know that Ted Williams was flying an airplane, got shot down, and do you know who his co-pilot was? John Glenn.
Oh, was it really?
Can you imagine the talent level?
I had never heard that.
Yeah, and they survived, obviously. What an amount of talent in that small cockpit. Ted Williams and John Glenn. That is just crazy.
Ted Williams, it was World War II and Korean War.
How about that? So how many years did he lose off his career?
I think 4 or 5.
My goodness.
Prime years.
Yeah, isn't that something? The other movie I just watched was called A Zone of Interest. Has anybody seen that?
Oh, yeah.
No.
What's going on with that?
Pretty eerie. I mean, it's the way it's filmed.
Yeah, Zone of Interest is about the head of Auschwitz concentration camp and how they lived next door to Auschwitz.
And just having a normal family life, knowing what's going on the other side of those walls.
Really?
Has a very powerful ending.
Yeah.
Incredibly powerful ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. Made by Jonathan Glazer.
So I that one, and then, of course, Saving Private Ryan. I watched that for the first 10 to
There's
15.
a new one out right now that's supposed to be really good.
about the
I
weather.
didn't think Brendan Fraser would be casted as Eisenhower, but apparently it works because I've heard good feedback on it. I've not seen that one yet, but yeah, I've been on a big kick lately in that.
Yeah, those movies are always very popular.
And I will say, with Big Lebowski, I didn't love it the first time I watched it.
Yeah.
Have you ever had one of those?
Watch it multiple times.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Have you ever had one of those movies where, I think Step Brothers was kind of like that for me too. The first watch, I didn't think it was that great because it was so hyped up. Yeah. And now, of course, I adore that movie as I do Big Lebowski. So
Get that more with action movies. Where
Is that right?
At first glance, you're just kind of like, oh, this is just kind of a by the numbers action movie.
Yeah.
And then as time goes on, you're like, oh, I'm vibing. A lot of the Mission Impossible movies are like that with me, where I saw the first time, I was like, I can't distinguish one from the other. And then it grows in my estimation as time goes on.
There you go. So I'm just trying to give you some movie recs, Doug.
All right.
All
Well,
that
I
free time
appreciate
you
that. I appreciate that.
And you can listen to Movie Boy to get good guidance.
Yeah. I like horror.
Well, but he
right now.
loved the Big Lebowski.
Love.
I do too. My dog's named Walter Sobchak. So, yes, I did.
Really?
And I think I can potentially change Jackson's mind on a float trip. Have you ever heard of the Salt River that flows through Tempe, Arizona, on the ASU campus?
Well, we're getting warmer.
This is a nice 180. First of all, the water is coming from the Colorado River off the mountain, so it's very cold for 110 degrees outside in Arizona.
Like that.
And the scenery, as you can imagine, through the ASU campus is unbelievable. So maybe that could get you out on the water.
Now we're talking something.
Now it's happened. Now Papers is on board.
Well, I'd be more on board with something like that. Yes.
Yes, that was quite a good float.
Yeah. How about this text from Shrimply Pibbles? Doug, he usually sends in pictures of his wife.
Yeah.
He says, if there is a single TMA listener who doesn't at least have a conversation with James Carlton. They are foolish. James and his crew are the best in the business, and he's handsome, too. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. How about that endorsement, James?
Check is in the mail.
CarltonInsurance.net, or you can call 314-961-4800. I'm a client, Jackson's a client, and apparently Shrimply Pibbles is a client. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who's in studio with us right now here on TMA. How about that endorsement?
That's fantastic.
You get a Shrimply Pibbles endorsement.
He's top 5 favorite clients. Love him. Love him. You were talking about last week on ATMA that 0% chance you will answer a phone call if it's not saved in your phone.
That's correct.
Is there ever a scenario where you're like expecting a call from a number that obviously isn't saved? Like, I don't know, my prescription's ready, or I'm trying to wait
but
for
that's all
United.
automated at this point.
Yeah, that's true. You'll probably just get a text on that.
There's always a fail-safe. You know,
Okay.
like I made an appointment with 100 West Dental a few weeks ago. Went out
Great
there.
Dr. Brandon
The great
Pryor.
Dr. Brandon Pryor. I missed their initial call for scheduling. They just shot me a text, and then I sent back a text, and we had scheduled within minutes. So, like,
There you go.
even nowadays, like with something like that where I would absolutely answer a call, I don't know the number.
Yeah.
It's like there's always a backup option.
Well, here's what I'm dealing with. I am on a committee for scholarships for high school students, and I wanted to notify them that they're winning, and nobody has a voicemail set up.
Oh, no way.
Right. So, okay, well, I'm going to pivot. I'm going to go to text. So I send like a paragraph-long text because I'm trying to give them some context. This may come off as spam. Here's my name. Here's my website. You know, if you want to vet me. Nobody's responded. I sent that text to 5 students.
They don't want the
last
scholarship.
Thursday. And I have not heard back yet, so I don't know what the next play is.
The next play is send them another text. You will lose the scholarship if you don't respond.
I'm
to this.
TLDR.
Okay, that's
TLDR.
yes, one more coming.
Oh, my goodness.
These are high school kids that you're texting?
Graduating seniors. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they have any like inkling that this could be happening?
Well, that's what I wanted to make sure of because it was a good scenario. We partner with this police foundation that raises a ton of money for our club.
Super cool.
And we are able to award 5 more scholarships. So the main ones were awarded back in May.
Got
but
it.
now that the school's out, I can't lean on the high school to notify them.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to reach out to them myself and not having much luck.
Boy, James, we're getting anecdotes left and right here. James and his team really are the best. My daughter was driving back from school before spring break and had a flat in the middle of nowhere, Kentucky. Help was dispatched, and they kept an eye on her with a pin and followed up with her and me to ensure everything went well. Shout out James and
thank you
team.
so
That's
much.
from the Veiled Prophet.
Yes. See, I didn't realize we had the Veiled Prophet insured.
Yeah.
Because I don't.
Veiled
You know,
Prophet.
you'll be surprised when their name pops up on the caller ID. It doesn't say the.
It doesn't say Veiled Prophet. I don't know if it says Ray King, because Ray King says James Carlton is saving us money big time. How about that?
See, I
Doug?
didn't know
King.
that Ray King. This is great. This is fantastic. Thank you.
They're gilding the lily.
Yes, whatever the hell that means.
I hear tell that James Carlton is having a conversation with my mother-in-law today. My wife and I joined James' roster a couple months ago. That James Carlton's a ball knower. Doug Big Lebowski is also my favorite movie of all time. That's Alan Dadeville.
Man.
And I do know, I did know Al. We had a great conversation about college football last year. So thank you so much, Al. And yes, I am visiting with your mother. So the Big Lebowski, you didn't think John Goodman's character was absolutely
I
hysterical?
thought he was kind of funny. I mean, the whole family watched it. 2 of my kids in their 30s, we all looked at each other and said, what are we watching here?
I get
What are
that.
we
It
doing?
is. I mean, it's a different style of comedy. It is. And that's why the second or third watch for me, I got it. It finally clicked, and I love it.
Doug, give it 2 and 3 times
I'm
tonight.
not going to. There has to be better movies.
There are
than
rules,
that.
Smokey. This isn't Nom.
How about that? Does that change your mind on it?
How does Tim feel? But I didn't get Tim's opinion on Big Lebowski.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Don't love it.
You don't dress up and go to
Don't
the
hate
festival?
it. I don't do that. I also think I agree with your assessment that it probably requires another watch. I feel like there are a few movies that are like that you were making reference to.
Coen Brothers movies especially.
Yeah.
I think, like, I the first time you see No Country for Old Men, I don't think you're, like, running out of the theater. Like, that was one intense. Like, you kind of have to watch it again and then one more time, and then you're probably like, okay, now I get it.
Give me some other Coen Brothers films, because probably I'm
Fargo, Oh Brother, Where Art
Fargo.
Thou?
Sling Blade them?
No, that's Billy Bob.
Oh, Brother, Where Out There is your favorite
My favorite movie of all
Jackson's
time.
favorite movie.
My favorite movie of all time. Burn After Reading, Raising Arizona, Blood Simple.
This is just off the top of your
Barton
head.
Fink.
He is movie
Think
boy.
Miller's Crossing.
He is movie boy. You better believe it,
Yes.
James.
Think Miller's Crossing.
There was one that I watched for a second time that I don't think I'm going to get a lot of agreement here, but Lost in Translation. I just, for some reason, really liked the way that movie was filmed in Tokyo.
Love Lost in Translation.
Oh, you do?
The great
Okay,
Sofia
good.
Coppola.
I don't know what else she's done, This is Francis's daughter. Correct?
Francis's daughter,
Okay.
yeah, directed it.
I'm not sure what else she's done outside.
Recently,
of
she did Priscilla about Elvis's wife.
Oh, okay.
Really, really good. But yeah, Bill Murray and ScarJo.
There we go.
Pretty
How
good
about
1-2
this?
punch.
Listener Lori here. Another compliment for James Carlton and his group. I put a review out there for them, and they sent me a thank you card. Wow, the absolute best customer service. That's from the 314.
Well, that's so kind.
That's
We
listener
greatly
Lori,
appreciate
Doug.
it.
Yet another lady listening to TMA. Doug, it's amazing. James, I don't know what your market research shows, but this is now mainly a ladies' program.
Yes,
it's The
of course.
View, except just hosted by hot guys.
Well, thank you so much. That's very kind for all the
Yeah, the
listeners to share
people.
that.
I mean, we weren't asking for it. The people unsolicited here sent in these texts. They love working with you. I do too. I've been with James for 7 years. You can make the switch. Good chance you're going to save some money. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. James, appreciate it as always, brother.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a
there
good
he is,
week.
the
Thanks,
great
James.
James Carlton. And I love that the listeners were sending in their endorsements of James. It truly is great customer service and an opportunity to save money. 10:20 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne is ill today. Hopefully he will be back tomorrow. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering your phone calls at 314-974-0101. This is the morning after 101 ESPN. What do we have going on here, you think, Doug?
I don't know what this is.
It's Kanye's birthday.
I think he's 50.
Oh, probably. Maybe 52.
Today is Kanye's 49th birthday.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Think about that.
Okay. I'll take some time to think about that.
Doug, we have an audio fun bag here for you. Cardinals coming off the sweep of the Reds. They're not doing well over in the Cincinnati clubhouse. Does sweeping Terry Francona avenge 2004?
Probably not. Probably no one ever had the thought that was avenging 2004.
Felt like it.
You're able to listen to Terry Francona, and maybe after you hear him down at Busch Stadium yesterday, you're going to feel like he would trade a win yesterday for the World Series in 2004.
Really? He was pretty down about it, was he?
Yeah, down in the mouth is what you call it?
Yeah.
Take a listen. Here's the Reds manager.
We talked to the guys after the game just for a minute, and it's actually the same. It's, when it's the hardest to believe, you have to. And when there's doubt, you got to believe in each other and pick each other up. And, I told him, man, run the bases with your pants on fire and don't leave anything on the field. I just believe that's the not just the best way, it's the only way we're going to get where we want to go. And what I don't want them to do is walking around, like, I don't want this to be a morgue. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I want them just to, because it's hard for us right now. There's a lot of things that aren't going right, but we can make it better, and we will.
All right.
They got off to a really good start. They had a good first month of the season. Haven't had much since.
Only team in the National League Central below 500. You heard Jordan Walker earlier say that he thinks it's the best division in baseball. Doug, do you think it's the best division in baseball?
It may have the best balance. I guess they've probably got the best records. I don't know that they have the best teams. They don't have a Dodgers or the Braves.
I think balance is the right word.
Yeah.
I think you're most consistent across, but yeah, they don't have a Dodgers or Braves. Like a team you truly think can win the World Series. Maybe the Brewers. Maybe the Redbirds. Why not?
Wow.
Don't you think this team is built for October?
Well, it could be just whoever's playing well when October rolls around. That's the team built for October.
McGreevy's getting chirped by guys saying I'm better at golf than them, and he stays locked in.
Yeah.
He's not pitching that night. He doesn't worry.
No, he doesn't seem to.
Goes out there, another strong performance.
Well, sure he does.
Give up 2 solo homers, who cares?
Yeah. Back to back, no doubt.
Yeah.
Somebody texted into the show. I didn't see it, and maybe it's coming up, that McGreevy and somebody else are going to be on MLB Network Live.
Ooh.
Today, since the boys are up in New York City.
Yeah. Hope it's not impeding on any ball striking.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe already got out to the Hamptons earlier today.
Yeah. Live from Shinnecock.
Chairman, did you happen to see that in the Air Comfort Service text inbox?
I did not.
Somebody texted in, or maybe it was in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I don't know. But that McGreevy and I can't recall who the other person was. 2 guys were going to be on the MLB Network Live broadcast.
I'm going to their Twitter account right now to see if I can scrounge up some information.
Jackson's going to do some scrounging while I tell you about VIP Auto Accessories. That's Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg. A lot of people, and understandably so, if they're not familiar with VIP Auto Accessories, would take their fleet of vehicles or their own individual vehicle to 4 or 5 different places. But once you learn about VIP Auto Accessories and VIPAutoAccessories.com, you realize that they are a one-stop shop. VIP Auto Accessories has been in business since 1979 with 60-plus employees to put 4 departments under one roof: commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair and touch-up, and aftermarket. If it can be done, VIP Auto Accessories can probably do it. Window tinting is something that I had done at VIP Auto Accessories. It's so helpful during the summer. Definitely heated up over the weekend, and that was great for the family to have windows tinted. The kids stay cool in the car. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Cibulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell them that TMA sent you. VIPAutoAccessories.com. Jackson, you have the information.
I got nothing on terms of who's coming up on MLB Network Radio.
Wow.
Sorry, Doug.
Look how pissed you
Gotta
are.
do show prep, man.
I know.
Gotta do it.
This one falls squarely on my
You
shoulders.
can't fake show prep.
MLB Central weather holes and McGreevy. Doug, I believe that was saying weather hold. But it was weather space HOLZ.
Yeah.
And McGreevy. I think that's
Probably.
JJ Weatherholt and Mike McGreevy, MLB Central.
Proofread before you hit
So there
send.
you go.
Is that so hard to do, to proofread before you hit send?
And now they let you edit text, too, so really no excuse.
I get hurt on talk to text.
Yeah, that'll get anybody.
Yeah,
You like in the car, like CarPlay, hit it. Yeah, I do the same thing, and sometimes it can mess up. But luckily, they read it back to you, which is nice, so I can kind of hear.
I don't have it read back to me.
Really?
Oh, yeah, really?
Why not?
I definitely have it read back. But
It
the
reads out
spelling,
loud? It reads it-
yeah, but the spelling is where it can throw off.
Yes,
So
like
like
if
it
someone's
spells
name.
one of my kids' names wrong, and then I'm texting with my wife, and she has to be like, wow, we're really detached, aren't we? Hey, Doug, play with my JJ weather holes. Ha! That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
That kind of thing gets you suspended.
I figured
That's
it
what
would.
that does.
He
Shrimply
sends in
Pibbles,
pictures of his wife.
You just got yourself
She wears glasses.
suspended a period of 2 days' time. Your name is going to the appliance discounters suspension log. It doesn't feel very good. It's not designed to feel real good. And also, I'm going to go ahead and put you on notice.
So he's on notice
He's
now.
on notice, and he's been suspended. Particularly poor text in. Or was it? It wasn't an email. It was a text. Okay. On notice. Yeah, it doesn't feel very good. I'm sorry.
We have substantial breaking news in the world of sports, Doug, and I'm going to have it for you on the other side of the break, and I have a feeling it's going to make people angrier than a hornet.
no.
That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Jackson Burkett has a play for us right here, right now.
I'm riding with the Knicks. I like the Knicks money line, and then I'm going to pair that up. OG Anunoby over 15.5 points. That plays plus 186.
Jackson's feeling it at the Garden.
And the Knicks money line.
Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. First online, real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, Doug, I don't know if we should be surprised at this point, because all you do when you have a ruling that goes against you is you go to the local court and then you get it overturned in college football, and that's what we've got going on with Texas Tech star quarterback Brandon Sorsby. He has been granted a temporary injunction against the NCAA, and he will be playing for the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Jeez. What can you do? This is like an experiment of how bad can you mess up and still be able to play.
In his defense, he only placed 2,900 bets, totaling more than $30,000, many involving his own team.
Right. That's just a weekend for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sorsby had been ruled ineligible by the NCAA earlier this year after he acknowledged gambling on sports, including on his own team, while at Indiana. But Monday's ruling by District Judge Ken Curry in Lubbock County, Texas, restores Sorsby's eligibility, saying that the NCAA cannot prevent him from, quote, practicing, playing, or otherwise participating on Texas Tech's football team for the 2026 season. The ruling also said that Sorsby demonstrated that he will suffer a probable, imminent, and irreparable injury if this court does not issue this temporary injunction, because he will be unable to participate as a member of Texas Tech University's 2026 football season.
That was the whole point of it.
And while you're getting angry about this, just in general, when it comes to the conversation regarding, the schools and the $21 million for athletes, continue to go back to this. Do you recall what it was like before NIL, the way that it worked? Guys would just pay guys. Why is that not going to happen? You're still going to have boosters at monster programs just pay guys under the table. Mm-hmm. So nothing's being fixed. And here, this is how it's going to work. You're just going to then file a grievance. You'll find the local guy. The local guy, he's got his own situation he has to navigate, whatever it might be, as a local guy in Lubbock, just like what you had down in Mississippi with Trinidad.
Right.
And then these guys get to play. It really is something else.
It not only corrupts college football, it corrupts our legal system as well. But it's just a ridiculous ruling.
Yeah.
The NCAA responded in a statement to the Lubbock judge in his ruling, saying that Ken Curry, the judge in Lubbock, Texas, ruling undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports.
In the understatement of the year.
The NCAA strongly disagrees with the court's ruling in Sorsby's case and is deeply concerned about the damaging, far-reaching, and broadly destabilizing ramifications of this outcome, which undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports. The NCAA is committed to supporting student-athlete mental health, but must continue to aggressively defend against actions that defraud college athletics and threaten competitive integrity, such as betting on one's own sport as an
own team.
Sorsby was diagnosed with gambling and anxiety disorders during a 35-day inpatient stay at a gambling rehab center in Arizona. According to his attorneys, he is alleged to have placed thousands of bets during his college career at Indiana, Cincinnati, and Texas Tech, according to legal documents. The NCAA stated last week that Sorsby should be commended for seeking treatment.
He's a victim.
And is free to continue his playing career elsewhere. Sorsby was a top target in the offseason transfer portal and considered an NFL prospect who could opt to enter the supplemental draft. At Indiana, as a scout team and backup quarterback, Sorsby placed at least 2,900 bets, totaling more than $30,000 from June of 22 through December of 23, according to the documents. His bets all included 40 bets on games involving the Indiana Hoosiers, but none on games in which he was involved or had a legitimate chance of playing, according to the documents.
Yeah, but even then, I don't know. In the world of sports, where you hear stories about terrible crimes being committed, all in all, gambling on stuff is not the worst of the worst. But it's at what point do you question what are we doing here? That used to the idea of gambling on a game you're involved in at all in any circumstance would be the ultimate. You're out,
lifetime banishment, right? Yeah. There are no rules anymore. The only thing that matters is how can we make more money?
Right.
And we can make it with a better team. That's the only thing that seems to matter. And the NCAA apparently has zero power to do anything about it.
Oh, we got an announcement here from Alan Daneville. I will be working with an Athens-Clarke County judge in a year to grant Stetson Bennett another year or two of eligibility as he approaches his 30th birthday. So that's Alan Dadeville. Doug, he loves the Georgia Bulldogs, and he wants to see Stetson Bennett back quarterbacking Georgia.
Okay. Well, the only positive thing is these guys get to play another year. That means Eli Drinkwitz gets an extension for another year or two.
You think this will trigger another contract extension?
I would think that it would have to.
Right. Or otherwise, he'd be playing quarterback for Texas Tech.
So what's next to keep players from betting games when they are playing, when they really could make a difference?
Right. And that's the biggest thing is like a lot of this is just delaying the courts so that you get the injunction so you can play. You know, it's not so much about winning it ultimately. It's about being able to play while they, set you a date for your appeal, this, that, or the other.
Yeah.
Which is like skirting the system in a way because it's like it might come out be like, well, no, you were wrong and you're banned, but you're already done. You've already done playing. It's crazy.
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Clark W. Griswold. 10:45 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. You are welcome to text into the program 314-399-9646. You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. We'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. And Jeff Passan giving his thoughts on the Cardinals and the trade deadline. That's next here on the Morning After 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinal off day today. Back in action tomorrow evening in Queens when they take on the Mets. Dustin May on the mound for the Cardinals. 6:10 p.m. first pitch. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
All right, we had a wonderful little design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. The question, though, is who won it today? And Jackson Burkett has your answer.
Today's winner, Tim, I'm glad you asked, Mark from Mark's Bra and Mulch Emporium.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So, Doug, at this emporium, they sell bras and mulch.
Yeah, well, people need both.
How many times have you been, in the market for potting soil and said, I could also use a
sports bra
a brassiere?
Mm-hmm. Well, the only thing that's not good about the email today is it doesn't come with a cash prize. If it did, it would be a taxable event, and then you might get in trouble with the IRS, unless you had Mark Milton on your side, because he can help you with any kind of problem you might have with the godforsaken tax man. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments. That type of thing can be a real pain. Or, heaven forbid, you're even facing an IRS criminal investigation. If so, you should contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his career with the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where he actually represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now he helps individuals and small businesses right here in the St. Louis area solve their tax problems. If you have any kind of IRS issue, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Jeff Passan, friend of the program, giving his trade deadline look ahead, Doug, approximately, I'd say 45, 50 days away.
Okay.
With the Cardinals and looking ahead to what he sees for your 2026 St. Louis baseball Cardinals. This is Jeff Passan. He says, objective, do not mortgage the future to uphold an unsustainable present. How dare he?
Wow.
How does he get to say it's unsustainable? Knock it off, Passan.
He says the best player that the Cardinals will potentially have available, Lars Nootbaar. What to know? The Cardinals' recent swoon has dropped them out of the final NFL playoff spot. And even
NFL playoff spot?
NL playoff spot. I may have misspoken.
Okay.
I'm high on meds. And even though this season has been a rousing success in terms of solidifying St. Louis's future, this is no time to chase a playoff spot. Considering the upward trajectory of the farm system, the Cardinals, under new president of baseball operations, Chaim Bloom, are highly unlikely to add at the deadline. As far as subtracting, well, they pretty much did that all winter, which has left them with a P-A-U-C-I-T-Y.
Paucity.
A formal noun that refers to the presence of something in only a small or insufficient quantities, a scarcity, lack, or meagerness.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Of clear candidates to move. Nootbaar hasn't played yet this season. This was written on Friday. But he's a high on-base outfielder who can play some center and has another year of club control. Jojo Romero will most certainly move, as every team can use left-handed relief help, and Dustin May, St. Louis's only other impending free agent, could as well. The question multiple teams have, will the Cardinals cash in on their excellent closer, Riley O'Brien, who has 4 years of control remaining beyond the season, but is 31 years old. That's Jeff Passan on ESPN.com.
I guess I could see that. I think Nootbaar could be a part of the team going forward. He's only 28. He should have 4 or 5 more prime years of his career. I wouldn't cash him in unless you got something of value, of course. I could see them trading May.
Right.
Just because I think a serious contender would really like to add a pitcher like that who's been around the block a little bit as another starter for the playoff push. I could see that.
Not to mention his option next year increases his yearly salary, I think, from 12 to 20. So, it's not necessarily a bargain play.
Yeah.
Barrow, I agree on, too.
This is old news, dum-dums. Hey. What a 4-game winning streak.
Right. Good text.
But to be called a dum-dum, it stings.
Is that a lollipop, right? Dum-dums, right? What's your favorite dum-dums? I think wild cherry, but I got to be honest with you, the root beer is kind of choice.
I was going to say the root beer. I like the root beer. I also like blueberry, although it's sour, and it's the only thing you'll taste for about 3 hours.
I don't eat as much candy as I'd like to.
Seriously?
So I don't have a real great, strong opinion on this.
I like to have a Twizzler.
Do you?
Yeah.
Who cares what this passing sack ass has to say? He's sideways with Doug. He's sideways with me. That's from the 830 Recreator.
Nice.
O'Brien's a guy I'd hang on to. You mentioned 4 years of control at his age. It's like you kind of could hold on to him for what should be his prime. And then, as we know, closers have a short shelf life.
Yeah.
Passon's a classic Kansas City guy who just hates St. Louis. It's from Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute.
I didn't like when he says it's not time to chase a playoff spot. It's what else do you play for? It's always time to chase a playoff spot. It's never time to give up. They're certainly not in a position to trade away some of their prime younger players, of course. But it's always time to try to achieve something, isn't it? To try to win your games and get in the playoffs. When is it not time to do that?
You're saying if not now, when?
I'm saying that's the whole purpose of the game, is to try to win. Just because you're young doesn't mean, we're not going to try to chase a play. You should absolutely be chasing a playoff spot. Why do they go out and play the game every night?
No surprise, Senior Purple Mini Cooper likes blueberry dum-dums. That's from Dale in Grubville. Why the Mini Cooper
Gen Z thing?
Why the Mini Cooper thing having to do with blueberry dum-dums?
I don't know. I like they're kind of sour, pretty tasty, but I agree with Tim. The root beer that's my favorite.
Yeah.
I only get those you never buy a dum-dum. They're like on like a receptionist desk, and you take a couple.
Okay.
Feel pretty good about yourself.
Well, then the receptionist bought it.
Pineapple, also a good flavor.
Michael McGreevy and J.J. Weatherholt are currently on MLB Live. That's from Negative Nancy.
Getting more reports on this. Right.
What are we supposed to do about that? Stop our show and plug their audio into this?
We'll play clips of it tomorrow, I'm sure. We'll play clips of it tomorrow.
We'll have clips of it tomorrow.
And Jackson's about to fly to Teterboro for Game 3, and you are courtside, spiked out?
Yep, me and Chalamet and Kylie Jenner.
Wow. You get tickets for, what, $32,000?
I don't want to. I had my person, my PR team kind of whip it together.
Okay.
They talked to MSG. They talked to Dolan, actually, directly.
Nice. Went straight to the owner.
That's right. And I'll be there, I think, right in front of Spike.
In front of Spike?
Okay. Yeah. Well, and then, Steve Shrippa right there.
Bobby Bacalate?
He gets a lot of play. I love Bobby
Tonight
Bacalate.
is going to be a big test for a lot of people.
Yeah.
This is a big thing.
Right.
Doug, you thought the Sexy and Successful Awards at a Live magazine in 2006 were a big deal?
Sure.
Wait till you see Game 3 at Madison Square Garden tonight.
Won't be as big.
All right, we're heading down the hallway. You can keep watching us on YouTube. BK and Ferrario are coming up next here on 101 ESPN. For Jackson Burkett, for Sharon Kurt, for the ill Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios.